Hello there, Boris Sleepy History here. When the First World War ended in 1918, Germany faced a darkness so complete it seemed to swallow the nation whole. 2 million young men had fallen in the trenches. Another 4.2 million were wounded. And when you measure this against Germany's total male population, nearly 1 in 5 German men had been killed or broken by the war. 1 in 5. Think about that. In every neighborhood, on every street, in nearly every family, someone was gone or permanently damaged. The survivors came home to a country that wasn't just defeated, but humiliated. The German Empire, which had ruled as one of Europe's great powers for centuries, collapsed almost overnight. The Kaiser fled to exile in the Netherlands, abandoning his throne without ceremony. The old imperial government simply ceased to exist. There was no graceful transition, no orderly process of institutional change. Power simply evaporated, and in the vacuum that remained, something new had to be built from nothing. In its place, a hastily assembled republic rose up, fragile and untested, born from revolution and constitutional improvisation rather than from any kind of genuine popular consensus or tradition. The people who created it were well-intentioned, but they were building a house of cards. What emerged from the chaos was the Weimar Republic, named for the small German city. Here its constitution was drafted in 1919, because Berlin felt too revolutionary, too dangerous. But Weimar was almost doomed from the moment it began. The new republic inherited a catastrophe that would have challenged any government, let alone one struggling to prove its legitimacy and build a democratic culture from nothing. The Treaty of Versailles, signed in 1919, imposed conditions on Germany that many Germans saw not as the terms of peace, but as the terms of punishment, a diktat imposed by the victors with no negotiation and no mercy. Germany lost territories that had been German for centuries. Alsace-Lorraine, rich industrial regions, went back to France. West Prussia was ceded to Poland, carving Germany's border into a shape that felt raw and wrong to German nationalists. The territory divided and diminished. But the territorial losses, severe as they were, weren't what burned deepest in the German national consciousness. It was something more psychological, more visceral. Article 231 of the treaty, what became known as the War Guilt Clause, forced Germany to accept sole responsibility for starting the war. Alone, not shared blame, not mutual miscalculation, or the tangled alliances and diplomatic failures that had drawn all of Europe into conflict, but Germany, singular and condemned. This clause was particularly poisonous because it wasn't true. The war had been caused by the complex interactions of many nations, many competing interests, many imperial ambitions, but the treaty imposed the burden of guilt entirely on Germany. On top of this, the treaty imposed reparations so enormous, so punishing in their scale, that Germans would spend decades trying to pay them. The military was stripped down to insignificance. Only 100,000 troops allowed. A tiny navy with just a handful of ships. No submarines, no air force, no heavy artillery, no capacity to defend the nation. What had been a military power was reduced to something that resembled a gendarme force, more than an army. Every German who had fought in the war, every soldier who had sacrificed, returned to a country that had been declared guilty and disarmed. The resentment was overwhelming. The sense of betrayal was complete, and this resentment would fester for years, growing stronger as economic conditions deteriorated. The Weimar Republic, then, started its life with one tremendous disadvantage that would prove to be fatal in the long run. It was born from defeat, and it was born in shame. The Republicans who built it were immediately associated in the minds of many Germans with humiliation and surrender, with the catastrophe of lost war. Right-wing nationalists, particularly those who had been military officers and who felt the sting of defeat, spread a dangerous myth, the stab-in-the-back myth, what they called the Dolchstoßlegende in German. The myth claimed that the German army hadn't been defeated on the battlefield, but had been betrayed by politicians, by defeatists, by communists and Jews at home who had worked to undermine the war effort. The war had been lost, not on the front lines, they said, but in Parliament, in the streets, through conspiracy and cowardice. This myth had no basis in fact. The German army had been defeated militarily, pushed back by superior forces, exhausted by years of continuous fighting, unable to continue. The German military leadership itself knew they had been defeated and had asked for an armistice. But myths don't require facts to take root in the human heart. Myths require only that people want to believe them, that they offer an explanation for something otherwise unbearable. The myth found fertile ground in the despair and anger that swept through post-war Germany, and it gave those who opposed the Republic a powerful narrative, a simple story to explain something unbearably complex and tragic. Someone else had done this to us, the story went. The real Germans, the real warriors, the real soldiers had fought honorably and had been victorious on the battlefield, but they had been betrayed, stabbed in the back, by the politicians and the communists and the Jews who had made peace. It was a seductive myth, and it would shape German politics for years to come. The Weimar political system itself was almost designed to fail, as if the founders had created a machine guaranteed to break down at the first real strain. The new constitution established a proportional representation voting system, where parties received seats in parliament based on the percentage of votes they won nationally. This system, in theory, was more democratic than the winner-take-all systems of other countries, more fair, more representative of the diversity of opinion in the electorate. But in practice, it fragmented German politics into countless small parties with incompatible ideologies and no incentive to compromise with each other. A government needed a majority to pass laws, but no party could win an absolute majority under proportional representation. This meant that every government, without exception, had to be a coalition of different parties working together despite their fundamental disagreements. And these coalitions were built on shifting sand. They fell apart constantly. Between 1919 and 1933, Germany had 17 different governments. 17. Each one lasted only a few months before collapsing into recrimination and political breakdown. Each failure deepening the sense that democracy simply didn't work in Germany. The chancellors had to perform a constant balancing act, negotiating between parties that fundamentally distrusted each other and that often despised the Republic itself. The centrists who supported democracy fought with the communists on the left, who wanted to overthrow the Republic in revolution, and the nationalists on the right, who wanted to restore the monarchy and the old imperial system. Both extremes saw the Republic not as a legitimate government to be reformed, but as an enemy to be destroyed, an obstacle to their vision for Germany. This political fragmentation meant that when real crises came, when Germany faced economic collapse or international pressure or internal violence, the government was unable to respond decisively. It was trapped in endless negotiation and compromise, appearing weak and ineffectual precisely when strength and clarity were most needed. The German people began to lose faith in democracy itself. They began to wonder if a different system, a more authoritarian system that didn't require endless coalition building and compromise, might be better. Article 48 of the Constitution, which allowed the President to issue emergency decrees in times of crisis, would eventually become a tool for circumventing democracy entirely and establishing authoritarian rule. But in the early years, it seemed like a necessary safety valve for a system that could barely function under normal circumstances and that had no hope of functioning during a genuine crisis. The most destructive crisis came in 1922 and 1923, when Germany descended into economic nightmare. The nation had abandoned the gold standard during the war, printing money to finance the conflict. Now, with reparations due in gold-backed currency and with almost no gold reserves, the Weimar government faced an impossible choice. It could default on reparations and face invasion, or it could print more money and hope somehow to stabilize the economy. The government chose to print and keep printing. By early 1923, France and Belgium, growing impatient with late reparations payments, sent troops into the Ruhr, Germany's industrial heartland, to seize raw materials as compensation. This act of occupation sparked nationalist fury across Germany. The Ruhr's workers began a general strike in protest. The Weimar government, wanting to support the workers and fearing the political consequences of unemployment, pledged to pay their wages. But with no money in the treasury, the only way to do this was to print even more currency. The printing presses ran continuously, day and night, churning out billions of marks. By autumn of 1923, the currency had become utterly worthless. By November, one American dollar was worth more than 1 trillion German marks. 1 trillion. The number loses meaning. A loaf of bread cost more than what an entire week's wages were worth in August. Wages had to be paid and spent on the same day, within hours, or they were worthless. People carried their money in wheelbarrows and suitcases. In photographs from the period, you can see children playing with stacks of banknotes, treating them like toys because they had no value. The savings of an entire middle class because they had no value. The savings of an entire middle class because they had no value. Pensions became dust. People who had spent their entire lives building financial security found themselves with nothing. The hyperinflation destroyed more than wealth. It destroyed faith, destroyed confidence in the future, destroyed the middle class's belief that hard work and prudence would lead to security. The pensioners who had lost everything, the middle-class families who had saved carefully only to watch their savings evaporate to literally nothing, the small business owners and professionals who saw their world collapse in a matter of months, all of these people were traumatized in ways that would shape their politics for years to come. They emerged from the crisis with a deep psychological wound, a conviction that the system was rigged against them, that the government was incompetent or worse, that ordinary German people couldn't rely on anything or anyone to protect their interests. Some industrialists and speculators had actually profited from the inflation by taking advantage of the chaos, borrowing heavily in devalued marks, and then repaying with currency that was worth even less. They made fortunes while ordinary people were destroyed. This created a bitter resentment among the middle class, a sense of unfairness that would never entirely fade. If you didn't know how to game the system, if you didn't have inside connections, if you were simply trying to live an honest life, you were destroyed. The people who benefited were the clever, the ruthless, the well-connected. And to many Germans, those people seemed to be disproportionately Jewish. This wasn't based on fact. The inflation affected Jews and non-Jews alike. Plenty of Jewish people lost everything, just as plenty of Jewish people had no connection to finance or speculation. But the human mind seeks explanations for catastrophe, and it grasps at the first story that seems to fit. The seeds of anti-Semitic conspiracy theories found fertile ground in the desperation of hyperinflation, in the anger and betrayal of the middle class, searching for someone to blame for their destruction. By late 1923, the German government managed to introduce a new currency, the Rentenmark, backed by American loans and German real estate. The printing presses stopped. The currency stabilized almost miraculously, and suddenly, almost overnight, Germany's economy began to recover. Between 1924 and 1929, Germany experienced what seemed like genuine prosperity. American loans poured into the country in enormous quantities, financing industrial expansion and public works projects. German factories hummed with activity again. Unemployment fell from catastrophic levels to manageable ones. Real wages rose. Workers had money in their pockets again. Berlin became one of Europe's most vibrant and most sophisticated cultural centers. Artists, musicians, writers, and filmmakers flocked to the city. There was an extraordinary creative explosion. Jazz clubs, cabarets, experimental theater, avant-garde film, cutting-edge photography, all flourished. The city was hedonistic, free, experimental, a place where intellectual and artistic innovation thrived. It seemed like a new Germany was being born from the ashes of war and hyperinflation. But this prosperity rested on a foundation of sand, of borrowed money, and borrowed time. Germany's recovery depended entirely on continued American lending. Remove that lending, and the entire economy would collapse. And in 1929, as the American stock market crashed in October, and American investors suddenly realized they had overextended themselves and pulled their money out of foreign investments as quickly as they could, that's exactly what happened. The loans dried up almost overnight. The banks called in their debts. German industry, which had expanded on borrowed money, suddenly had no capital to operate. Unemployment shot upward again, even more severely than before. By 1932, more than 6 million Germans were out of work, nearly 30% of the working population. Think about that number. 1 in 3 adults without work, without income, without hope. The Great Depression hit Germany harder than almost any other country in the world. The recovery had been real enough during those years, but it had been an illusion of stability built on external funding. Once that funding ended, the economy collapsed completely, and in many ways the collapse was even more devastating than before, because people had dared to hope. The social consequences were devastating beyond description. Bread lines stretched around city blocks in every major city. Soup kitchens served thin broth to the desperate. Families that had painstakingly rebuilt themselves after hyperinflation found themselves destroyed again. Children suffered from malnutrition and hunger. Homelessness became visible on the streets of every major city, more obvious and more widespread than it had been even in the hyperinflation. Men who had had jobs, who had thought themselves secure, found themselves unemployed and unemployable. The elderly had lost their savings once in hyperinflation. They couldn't survive a second economic disaster. The psychological impact was perhaps even worse than the material suffering. Germans had been told that the recovery meant things were getting better, that the worst was behind them, that Germany was rejoining the community of prosperous nations. People began to ask whether democracy itself was at fault, whether a different system might work better. And into this despair and confusion and anger, extremist political movements found their audience ready to listen to anything that might offer hope, ready to follow anyone who promised to restore order and national greatness. The communists on the left promised revolution and workers' control, the complete overthrow of capitalism and the establishment of a workers' state. They had street fighters too, and they fought pitched battles with other political movements in the streets of German cities. But it was the far right, the National Socialists, the Nazis, who proved to be the most successful at exploiting the crisis and the most willing to use violence and terror as political weapons. In the chaos of the early 1920s, Adolf Hitler emerged from relative obscurity. He had been a soldier in the First World War, a private in the Bavarian army, one of millions. He had been wounded, briefly gassed in a poison gas attack that temporarily blinded him, and had spent much of the war in relative safety in Munich rather than on the front lines, serving as a messenger and orderly. After the war, like many veterans, he struggled to find his place in a society that had no use for soldiers anymore. He had no professional skills. He had few job prospects. He had no education beyond the secondary level. He was deeply angry at Germany's defeat and deeply affected by the stab-in-the-back myth, which gave him a story to explain the inexplicable. In 1919, at age 30, he joined a small right-wing political group in Munich called the German Workers' Party. He was drawn to its ultranationalism, its fierce anti-communism, and its anti-Semitism, ideas that had been circulating in right-wing German circles for years, and that Hitler had absorbed from his environment. At political meetings and public gatherings, he discovered that he had an extraordinary gift for speaking. He could move an audience. He could express their anger and their resentment in words that made people feel understood, that seemed to validate their grievances and give them shape and meaning. He spoke with passion and intensity. He could work a crowd into a frenzy. He could make people who had felt helpless and angry feel like they were part of something powerful and important. The party leadership noticed his extraordinary talent and encouraged him to develop it further, to speak more frequently, to travel and give speeches to larger audiences throughout Bavaria and beyond. Over the next few years, Hitler worked his way up within the organization, becoming more dominant, more authoritative, more essential to the party's identity and direction. The party changed its name to the National Socialist German Workers' Party. The Nazis, establishing itself as a distinct political movement with distinct ideology and symbolism, It adopted radical policies and a radical symbology designed to appeal to Germans' emotions rather than their reason. The swastika, an ancient symbol repurposed as a symbol of racial struggle and German national power. The raised arm salute in place of the traditional handshake, creating a physical gesture that expressed loyalty and unity. The militaristic aesthetic of uniforms and disciplined marches and rally formations. The mythology of a pure German race, betrayed and exploited by enemies within and without, particularly by communists and Jews, who were presented as part of the same conspiracy. These ideas were not invented by Hitler. They had existed in European thought for a long time, in different forms and under different names, but Hitler expressed them with particular force and clarity, giving them shape and direction that other right-wing movements had failed to do. By the early 1920s, Hitler had become the party's dominant figure, though not yet its absolute dictator in the way he would later become. He had surrounded himself with loyal supporters who were willing to use violence against opponents, street fighters and political activists who saw in Hitler a leader worth following. The party had begun to attract followers, especially among discontented middle-class Germans who felt betrayed by the Republic, among unemployed young men with no prospects, among war veterans who felt they had been betrayed by the politicians who had surrendered. In 1923, after the French occupation of the Ruhr had inflamed nationalist sentiment to a fever pitch, after the hyperinflation had destroyed the savings of the middle class and created desperation and anger everywhere, Hitler decided the moment was right for a coup. He had been inspired by Mussolini's march on Rome in 1922, where Mussolini's fascist movement had seized power through a mixture of intimidation and political maneuvering. If Mussolini could do it in Italy, Hitler believed he could do something similar in Germany, using Munich as a base for a march on Berlin. The plan was both ambitious and poorly conceived. On the evening of November 8, 1923, Hitler and several hundred stormtroopers, the SA, his paramilitary followers dressed in brown shirts, burst into the Bürgerbrau beer hall in Munich. He fired a shot into the ceiling. He declared that the Bavarian government had been overthrown and that the national revolution had begun. He thought the people would follow him, that the shock of his boldness would galvanize them into action. But the plan fell apart almost immediately. The local officials he was trying to intimidate turned against him as soon as he let them leave the beer hall. They contacted the authorities. Within hours, the police and army had surrounded the Nazis. When the Nazis tried to march through Munich the next day, attempting to demonstrate their strength and win over the population, police opened fire. 16 Nazis and 4 policemen were killed in the street fighting. Hitler was arrested and put on trial for treason, a trial that should have ended his political career before it began. The beer hall putsch, as it became known, should have ended Hitler's political career. He was convicted of treason. He was sentenced to 5 years in prison. He was a failed coup leader, a would-be revolutionary who had bungled his attempt to seize power and gotten people killed. Many thought his moment had passed, that the Nazi movement would fade without its leader and without a clear vision. But Hitler used his time in Landsberg prison to transform himself. He spent his 9 months of imprisonment dictating a book to fellow prisoners, a rambling, repetitive, often incoherent manifesto of his beliefs and his vision for Germany. He called it Mein Kampf, My Struggle. In this book, Hitler outlined his worldview in exhaustive detail. He blamed Germany's problems on two main enemies, the communists and the Jews. He presented communism as part of a vast Jewish conspiracy to destroy German civilization and to enslave the German people. He called for the reunification of all German-speaking peoples into a single great empire. He advocated for the conquest of Eastern Europe to provide living space, Lebensraum, for the German race. He wrote extensively of racial hierarchy, of the superiority of the so-called Aryan race, and the inferiority of other peoples, particularly Jews, whom he saw as existential enemies that had to be eliminated. The book was poorly written, full of grammatical errors, repetitive and often contradictory, but it was intensely felt. It expressed with naked clarity the worldview that would drive the Nazi regime once Hitler came to power, the ideological foundation that would justify some of history's greatest atrocities. Germans bought the book. It became a bestseller, and Hitler would later profit significantly from the sales. Many read it, though many also found it impenetrable and abandoned it halfway through. But it established Hitler as a thinker, an ideologue with a comprehensive vision, not just a street agitator. It gave the Nazi movement an intellectual foundation, however crude and contradictory that foundation might be. While Hitler sat in prison writing Mein Kampf, the Nazi movement continued to develop and to grow. The SA, the paramilitary wing of the party that had been formed in the early 1920s, continued to grow in numbers and in organizational sophistication. The SA was made up largely of World War I veterans and unemployed men, men with no jobs and no prospects, men who were attracted to the violence and the sense of purpose and belonging that the SA offered. The stormtroopers, as they were called in their brown uniforms, fought in the streets with communists and with other political opponents. They protected Nazi meetings from disruption and disrupted the meetings of other parties, particularly the communists. They provided an atmosphere of intimidation and threat that hung over German political demands, life. By the late 1920s and early 1930s, political violence had become endemic to German political life, a constant feature of ordinary political activity. Communists and Nazis fought each other in the streets with increasing frequency and increasing brutality. Each side sought to dominate the streets, to intimidate opponents, to show their power and resolve. Traditional political methods, parliamentary debate, reason, compromise, all seemed weak and ineffectual compared to the direct action of the street fighters. This atmosphere of violence and intimidation would eventually create the psychological conditions in which a dictatorship could take root. People began to believe that only force could solve problems, that democracy was too weak to deal with the crisis. When Hitler was released from prison in December 1924, after serving only 9 months of his sentence for treason, he faced a changed political landscape. The Germany that greeted him was very different from the Germany he had left in 1923. Germany was in the midst of its economic recovery. Unemployment was falling. Things seemed to be stabilizing. People had food on their tables again. There was less appetite for radical political solutions. The Nazis had lost support during the years of recovery, declining from a movement that had seemed powerful and ascendant in 1923 to a marginal political force struggling for relevance and support. When Hitler ran for president in 1925, he received only about 3% of the vote. He wasn't even well known in many parts of Germany anymore. The Nazi Party seemed to be a minor fringe movement, destined to fade into irrelevance, one of many radical groups contending for attention in German politics. Many observers and political analysts believed the Nazi movement had run its course and would disappear into history as a curiosity, a failed attempt at revolution that had been overcome and would be forgotten. But Hitler had learned from the failure of the putsch. He came to the conclusion that the Nazis could not seize power through violence alone. Violent revolution had failed. The beer hall coup had been a disaster. They would have to win elections instead. They would have to present themselves as a legitimate political party competing for votes alongside all the other parties. He called this the path of legality. He would work within the democratic system to destroy the democratic system from within. It was a cynical strategy, but it would prove to be devastatingly effective. The Nazi Party began a process of reorganization that would occupy the years from 1925 to 1928, laying groundwork that would later bear terrible fruit. Hitler restructured the party into a disciplined hierarchy, more centralized and more authoritarian than ever before. Germany was divided into regions called Gaue, each under a Gauleiter, a regional leader answerable directly to Hitler. Each Gau was divided into smaller districts called Kreise, each under a Kreisleiter. These districts were divided into even smaller units, each with its own leadership and its own responsibilities. Everyone in this hierarchy was responsible to the person above them, and Hitler stood at the apex with absolute authority. There was no questioning his decisions, no debate about policy, no democratic process within the party. It was an almost military structure, with clear lines of command and unquestioning obedience as the governing principle, the opposite of how democracy supposedly works. The Nazis also began an aggressive program of propaganda and public relations designed to reach every German citizen, rich and poor, urban and rural. They held massive rallies with torchlight processions and dramatic staging designed to inspire awe and loyalty. They organized marches through city streets to demonstrate their strength and attract attention, to show that they were a powerful movement. They distributed pamphlets and newspapers constantly, spreading their message to every corner of Germany. They held meetings and speeches in every city, every town, every village they could reach, bringing the Nazi message directly to ordinary Germans. They began to build what would become a formidable party machine, a political organization unlike anything Germany had seen before, a movement that was more than a traditional political party. The party controlled every aspect of its members' lives in ways that other parties didn't. It was a totalitarian organization in miniature, but progress was slow during the recovery years. In the 1928 elections, the Nazi Party won less than 3% of the vote. They seemed to be making no headway at all. The recovery was holding. The economy was improving. People felt more secure than they had in years. Unemployment was falling. Wages were rising. Under these conditions, the appeal of radical solutions was limited. Most people believed that things were improving, that the worst was behind them, that democracy, despite all its obvious flaws and inefficiencies, could muddle through. Why trade what you knew for something radical and extreme? But then came 1929. The American stock market crashed in October. a financial collapse so sudden and so severe that it shocked the world and ended the illusions of permanent prosperity forever. With it came the collapse of the entire international economic order that had sustained Germany's recovery and that had kept the German economy afloat. American loans stopped flowing. The credit lines dried up almost overnight. German factories began laying off workers by the thousands. Plants shut down permanently. Unemployment began to rise again, slowly at first, then with accelerating speed that seemed to quicken month after month, week after week. The rate of unemployment rose from less than 3% in 1929 to nearly 30% by 1932. Millions of Germans found themselves without work, without income, without hope. And this time it would rise to levels unprecedented in modern history. The psychological effect was absolutely devastating on the German national psyche. People had lost everything in the hyperinflation of 1923. They had recovered in the golden years of the late 1920s. Now they were falling again, plunging downward once more into an abyss. And this time there seemed to be no bottom, no point at which the collapse would stop. Germany was plunging into darkness, so complete and so total that it seemed like it would never end, that the light would never return. This was the moment. This was the crisis that would change everything. The Nazis had been marginal. The Nazis had been irrelevant, but the Depression would transform them into a powerful political force that could not be ignored. By 1929, unemployment in Germany hovered around 3%, manageable, almost invisible compared to what it had been in the hyperinflation years and what it would become. The economy appeared to be stabilizing. Wages were rising. People were beginning to feel secure again, to rebuild lives, to make plans for the future, to believe that their sacrifices during the recovery years had meant something. Germany felt, for the first time in over a decade, like a nation moving forward rather than perpetually sliding backward into darkness. The crisis had passed, or so it seemed. The worst was behind them. The future was bright. But in October of that year, the American stock market collapsed in a cascade of panic selling that destroyed fortunes in hours, obliterated wealth that had taken General Morris to build, and sent shockwaves through the global economy that would reshape the political landscape of the world. The optimism vanished almost overnight. The Wall Street crash was the beginning of the Great Depression, and its effects on Germany would be catastrophic in ways that almost no one could have anticipated. The American loans that had sustained Germany's recovery simply stopped flowing. Credit lines evaporated overnight. Banks that had been lending money to German industry suddenly demanded repayment, called in their debts with cold precision, and refused to extend new credit. The German economy, which had been built on those foreign loans on the assumption that capital would continue to flow freely from America, suddenly had no access to the credit it needed to function. Factories that depended on borrowed money to pay workers suddenly had to cut production. Businesses that had expanded on credit suddenly had to contract. Unemployment began to rise, slowly at first through late 1929 and early 1930, then with accelerating speed as the Depression deepened. By 1932, 6 million Germans were without work, 1 in 3. The number is almost incomprehensible in its scale. Entire industries shut down. Entire cities that depended on a single factory or a single industry suddenly had nothing. no work, no wages, no hope. Breadlines formed outside soup kitchens. Families that had lost everything in hyperinflation rebuilt themselves during the recovery years, now faced destruction all over again, but this time without hope, because they had already experienced one catastrophe and survived it. And now they were experiencing another, and the psychological weight of that double blow was almost unbearable. The government responded to the economic crisis the way governments often do when panicked, and when their advisors tell them to tighten their belts, to reduce spending, to cut social programs. They slashed unemployment benefits, they cut welfare payments, they reduced government spending just when government spending was most needed to support the economy and provide relief to those suffering. This policy, economically destructive in its effects, was politically disastrous. People who were already desperate, already angry, already doubting the system, watched as the government that was supposed to protect them, that was supposed to manage the economy, instead made things worse. They watched as the political establishment seemed paralyzed, unable to respond, unable to offer hope, unable to do anything except make things progressively more difficult. The middle class, which had already been traumatized by hyperinflation, which had already seen its savings destroyed once, now saw itself pushed downward into poverty again. The working class, which had been the best-paid blue-collar workers in Europe in 1928, now faced complete destitution. Children went hungry, families broke apart, suicides increased. Disease spread in the crowded poor neighborhoods where desperation had become the normal human condition. By 1930, the Nazi Party's moment had truly arrived. In the September elections of that year, the Nazis received 18% of the vote, more than doubling their support from 2 years earlier, and positioning them as a powerful force in German politics, no longer marginal, no longer irrelevant, but a genuine political movement with millions of supporters. They had become the second largest party in the Reichstag. What had happened? What had changed so dramatically in just 2 years? The answer was simple. The economic crisis had created desperation and anger on a massive scale, and the Nazis were ruthlessly effective at channeling that desperation and that anger into political support. They went everywhere. They held meetings in every city, every town, every village. They distributed pamphlets and newspapers constantly. They held massive rallies with dramatic staging and powerful imagery designed to inspire awe and loyalty. They marched through the streets in their brown uniforms, showing strength and organization and unity at a time when everything else seemed to be falling apart. Joseph Goebbels, who had become the Gauleiter of Berlin in 1926 and who would eventually become the Reich Minister for Public Enlightenment and Propaganda, orchestrated an extraordinary campaign of propaganda and public relations. He used every tool available to him: radio broadcasts, films, newspapers, posters, public speeches, mass rallies, all coordinated to deliver a consistent message, to reach every German with the Nazi worldview, to make them feel like the Nazis had the answers, like the Nazis understood their suffering, like the Nazis could fix what was broken. The message was simple and powerful. Germany was suffering because of the Treaty of Versailles, which had humiliated the nation and imposed impossible reparations. Germany was suffering because the government was weak and divided and unable to take action. Germany was suffering because the communists and the Jews were working together to destroy Germany from within, to weaken it, to exploit it. The Nazis alone, they said, had the will and the strength and the unity to save Germany, to restore it to greatness, to make it powerful again. They promised jobs, stability, dignity, national renewal. They said that only the Nazis understood what it would take to fix the system, and they were willing to do whatever was necessary. They built an image of Adolf Hitler as the one man who could save Germany, a strong leader, a man of action, a man who would not be paralyzed by the endless compromises and coalitions that were destroying the democratic system. The German press and the German public were fascinated by Hitler, fascinated by his intensity, his conviction, his seeming certainty in a world of uncertainty. Every major newspaper in Germany ran stories about him. Every major political magazine analyzed him. He became the most talked about political figure in Germany. The Nazis skillfully played on fears and prejudices that had existed in German culture for a long time. They blamed Jews for the economic crisis, claiming that Jewish bankers and speculators had caused the depression and were now profiting from the suffering of ordinary Germans. They blamed communists for trying to overthrow the government and establish a dictatorship of the working class. They blamed the democratic system itself for being weak and ineffectual. The Nazis offered a simple solution to these complex problems. They offered order, unity, strength, and national greatness. They offered the promise that if you joined them, if you followed Hitler, you would be part of something great, something powerful, something that was going to transform Germany from a defeated, humiliated nation into a powerful force again. The Nazis' message appealed to different groups of Germans for different reasons, and this was one of the secrets of their success. Young people, particularly young men with no job prospects, no future, no hope, no possibility of building lives or families, were attracted to the military discipline and organization of the SA, the stormtroopers, which offered structure, belonging, status, and a sense of purpose that society had denied them. They could put on a uniform and be part of something powerful and important. The middle class, which had been devastated by the inflation and was terrified of communism, was attracted to the Nazis' promise to restore order and prevent a communist revolution, to protect property and traditional institutions. They believed that the Nazis would save them from the working class, from the communists who wanted to take away everything they had left after hyperinflation had destroyed their savings. Nationalist intellectuals and military officers were attracted to the Nazis' promise to overturn the Treaty of Versailles and restore Germany to great power status, to restore German honor and German military strength. They believed that only the Nazis had the will and the determination to do what needed to be done. Industrialists and businessmen were attracted to the Nazis' anti-communist stance and their promise to crush the labor movement, to break the power of the trade unions, to give businesses free rein to maximize profits without worker interference. Different groups supported the Nazis for different reasons, but they all shared a sense that the democratic system had failed them, that the Weimar Republic was incompetent and corrupt, that something radical needed to change, that the Nazis offered a real alternative even if that alternative was unclear or even frightening. The Nazis continued to grow in support through 1931 and 1932. They won more and more votes in every election. By 1932, in the presidential election, Hitler ran against the aging President Paul von Hindenburg. the legendary military figure from the First World War. Hindenburg was elected, but Hitler received about 37% of the vote, a stunning showing for someone running against an incumbent president. In the parliamentary elections held later that same year, the Nazis won about 33% of the vote, the largest share of any party, and they won about 200 of the 608 seats in the Reichstag. They were no longer a fringe movement. They were the dominant force in German politics, though still not an absolute majority. But they were close, and their growth seemed unstoppable. Every election brought them more votes, more seats, more power. The old political system was collapsing, and the Nazis were positioned to fill the vacuum. From 1931 to 1933, the Nazi campaign never stopped. Even in the years between elections, they continued to campaign constantly, holding meetings and rallies and distributing propaganda materials. They combined conventional political campaigning with street violence and intimidation. The SA, the stormtroopers, numbered in the hundreds of thousands by the early 1930s, and they were increasingly organized and increasingly willing to use violence as a political tool. They fought with the communists in the streets. They broke up the meetings of rival political parties. They assaulted political opponents. They created an atmosphere of fear and chaos in German cities. This violence was not random. It was organized and directed. It was intended to make the democratic political process seem weak and ineffectual, to show that the traditional parties could not even protect their own meetings from disruption. To demonstrate the power and determination of the Nazi movement, Hitler traveled constantly during these years, flying from city to city, giving speech after speech, sometimes multiple speeches in a single day. He had become a master of the microphone, of the radio broadcast, of the public speech. He understood how to reach people emotionally, how to speak to their fears and their hopes, how to make them feel understood and empowered. His speeches were theatrical productions, carefully staged, with dramatic lighting and music, and carefully selected crowds, designed to create an overwhelming sensory experience that would overwhelm rational thought and appeal directly to emotion. Traditional parties seemed weak and tired by comparison. Their leaders were old men from the pre-war world, speaking in the language of parliamentary procedure and constitutional law and reasonable compromise. The Nazis were young and energetic and radical. They offered action rather than discussion, decisiveness rather than compromise, hope rather than cautious incrementalism. In a nation desperately seeking a way out of economic catastrophe, that was an almost irresistible appeal. The conservative political establishment, the military, the industrialists, the old aristocracy, many of them looked at the rise of the Nazis with mixed feelings. They feared the Nazis' radical ideology and their revolutionary rhetoric. They were uncomfortable with the violence and the chaos that the Nazis promoted. But they also feared communism more. They looked at the growth of communist parties across Germany, at the street battles between Nazis and communists, and they believed that if they did not find some way to block the communists, Germany would fall into communist revolution, that the working class would rise up and overthrow the entire system, and the wealthy and the powerful would lose everything. They began to think that perhaps the Nazis, despite their radicalism, were a lesser evil than communism. Perhaps the Nazis could be controlled. Perhaps they could use the Nazis to crush the communists and then afterward rein them in. make them respect the Constitution and the rule of law. This calculation would prove to be the greatest error of judgment in 20th century German history, but at the time, it seemed logical to many in the German establishment. The Nazis, they reasoned, would win a certain percentage of votes. They would have a certain number of seats in parliament, but they would never win an absolute majority. They would have to be part of a coalition government, and in that coalition they could be controlled and moderated. If we make Hitler Chancellor, the thinking went, we can make him respectable. We can put him in a government of respectable people, surround him with people who understand how government works, people who understand the Constitution, and he will have to follow their lead. We will use him to crush the communists and to restore order. And then, once that is accomplished, we will get rid of him. It was a catastrophic miscalculation. The people who made this calculation were intelligent, experienced political actors, but they fundamentally misunderstood the nature of the force they were unleashing. In January 1933, after months of political negotiations and maneuvering, after the failure of various coalition attempts, after the repeated elections that had failed to produce a stable government, the conservative political establishment made its fateful decision. They decided to offer the chancellorship to Adolf Hitler. President Hindenburg, elderly and increasingly frail, was persuaded to appoint Hitler as Chancellor of Germany on January 30th, 1933. The Nazis would have several seats in the cabinet, but they would be outnumbered by conservative and traditional politicians. Surely, the thinking went, they could be controlled. The conservative leadership believed they had Hitler in a box. They thought they could manipulate him and use him and get rid of him once he had served their purposes. They called him the drummer, suggesting that he was a mere instrument that they would use for their purposes. He was a rabble-rouser and a street agitator, but he would be constrained by the Constitution, by the cabinet, by the traditional rules of the democratic system. They were profoundly, catastrophically wrong. Within weeks of becoming Chancellor, Hitler had begun the process of transforming the German state into a totalitarian dictatorship. The speed with which this happened was shocking to many who had believed that the traditional institutions of the German state were strong enough to contain him. But Hitler and the Nazis had a plan, and that plan was to use the legal apparatus of the state against the state itself, to use the Constitution to destroy the Constitution, to use democracy to end democracy. On February 27, 1933, just 4 weeks after Hitler became Chancellor, the Reichstag building, the seat of the German parliament, caught fire. The building burned dramatically, with flames visible across Berlin. Who set the fire has been historically debated. The Nazis immediately blamed the communists, claiming that this was the first act of a communist uprising, that the communists had set the fire as part of a plot to overthrow the government and seize power. The Communist Party denied this. Some historians have suggested that the Nazis themselves set the fire as a pretext for emergency measures. Others have suggested that a single communist arsonist, acting alone, set the fire without the knowledge of the party leadership. The truth may never be definitively established, but what is certain is that Hitler used the fire as a pretext to consolidate power with extraordinary speed. On February 28, 1933, the day after the fire, Hitler persuaded President Hindenburg to issue the Reichstag Fire Decree, an emergency decree that suspended basic civil liberties guaranteed by the Weimar Constitution. The decree indefinitely suspended 7 fundamental articles of the Constitution: Articles 114, 115, 117, 118, 123, 124, and 153. These articles had protected freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of assembly, and the right to privacy and protection against unreasonable searches. The decree allowed the government to arrest people without showing cause, to hold them indefinitely without trial, to dissolve political organizations, to suppress publications. Thousands of communists and social democrats were arrested in the days and weeks following the fire and held in protective detention, a new Nazi invention that meant they could be held without any legal process, without any trial, without any specified charge or any specified duration of detention. Their meetings were banned. Their newspapers were shut down. But the Nazi campaign for the March 1933 elections was allowed to proceed unimpeded. The government controlled the radio, and the Nazis used it relentlessly to broadcast propaganda and to attack their opponents. While those opponents were arrested or silenced, it was a masterpiece of legal and illegal maneuvering, using the instruments of the state against the opposition while maintaining at least the appearance of legality. On March 5, 1933, the elections were held. The Nazis and their nationalist allies won about 52% of the vote, still short of an absolute majority, but the largest share any party or coalition had achieved in the elections of the early 1930s. The Nazis won about 288 seats out of 608. They had made significant gains, but they still did not have the two-thirds supermajority that was required under the Weimar Constitution to pass an enabling act, a law that would grant the Chancellor emergency powers to govern by decree without the approval of Parliament. To get the two-thirds majority they needed, the Nazis negotiated with other parties. The German National People's Party and the Catholic Centre Party agreed to support the Enabling Act in exchange for promises that their interests would be protected, that the churches would be left alone, and that traditional institutions would be respected. Many of these politicians believed, as many people before and since have believed, that they could make a deal with tyranny and survive it, that they could support an authoritarian measure just once in order to solve an immediate crisis, and then things would return to normal. It was a delusion. All 81 communist deputies had been arrested or were in hiding, prevented from even entering the Parliament building. Many of the Social Democratic deputies were also arrested, imprisoned, or in hiding, unable to vote against the measure. The Nazis stationed SA and SS members in the chamber on March 23, 1933, when the vote on the Enabling Act was held. Armed men in the gallery intimidating the remaining deputies, making it clear what would happen if they voted against the measure. Under these conditions of intimidation, and with the opposition parties either arrested, imprisoned, or absent, the Enabling Act passed with more than the required two-thirds majority. Only the Social Democrats who remained free voted against it. They knew they were beaten, but they voted against it anyway, and for that they would pay the price. The Enabling Act granted Hitler the power to issue decrees that had the force of law without the approval of the Reichstag or the President. He could now govern as a dictator, not through the traditional constitutional process, but through emergency decree. The Weimar Constitution had been suspended. Democracy in Germany was effectively over. The legal form of the Constitution remained, but it had been gutted of any real power. Hitler was now a dictator, and he had achieved this through a careful manipulation of legal procedure. through a combination of violence and constitutional maneuvering that had been extraordinarily effective. In the weeks and months following the passage of the Enabling Act, the Nazis moved with systematic ruthlessness to consolidate their power and to eliminate any remaining opposition. All political parties except the Nazi Party were banned. The German Communist Party was banned first, its members arrested and imprisoned. Then the Social Democratic Party was banned. Then the other democratic parties, the conservative parties, the nationalist parties, all of them were dissolved. The Nazis made it illegal to form any political party other than the Nazi Party. Anyone who tried to organize a political opposition was arrested and imprisoned. The process of Gleichschaltung, the coordination or alignment of all German institutions with Nazi goals and Nazi ideology, was underway. Every state government was brought under Nazi control. Every organization, every professional association, every labor union, every sports club, every cultural organization was either dissolved or forcibly brought under Nazi control, meaning that their leadership was replaced with Nazi appointees, and their rules and activities were altered to conform to Nazi ideology and Nazi goals. Teachers were required to be members of the Nazi Party and to teach according to Nazi ideology. Journalists were required to follow Nazi guidelines about what could be published and what could not. Judges had to follow Nazi directives about how to interpret the law. The free press was eliminated. Newspapers that had been independent were either shut down or forced to accept Nazi editors and Nazi content. Radio broadcasting, which was a crucial medium in the 1930s, came entirely under Nazi control. Every radio broadcast was screened to ensure that it contained only pro-Nazi messages, or at least did not contain any anti-Nazi messages. The Nazis understood the power of mass media, and they moved quickly to control all of it, absolutely. By the end of 1933, only a few months after Hitler became Chancellor, Germany had been transformed from a democracy, however flawed and unstable that democracy might have been, into a totalitarian dictatorship. The process had been swift and horrifying to watch for those who understood what was happening. Many ordinary Germans, however, did not fully understand what was happening. They saw the chaos and the violence ending. They saw the communists being suppressed. They saw the government taking strong action. They saw the streets becoming safer. They saw the sense of order and unity being restored. To many of them, especially those who had lived through years of economic crisis and political chaos, the Nazi takeover seemed like a positive development, like a strong government finally taking charge and fixing problems that the weak democratic governments had been unable to fix. Opposition to the Nazi regime came from several quarters, and the Nazi response to that opposition was swift and brutal. The communists, who had been the most organized and most militant anti-Nazi force, were crushed almost immediately. Thousands of them were arrested and thrown into concentration camps, a new Nazi institution that was being built to house political prisoners. The Social Democrats and trade unionists were also arrested in large numbers. The Catholic Church and the Protestant churches initially tried to coexist with the Nazi regime, but they soon faced pressure to align themselves with Nazi ideology and Nazi goals. Prominent intellectuals, artists, scientists, and other cultural figures who had opposed the Nazis or who were Jewish fled Germany in increasing numbers as it became clear that the Nazi regime was not going to respect their status or their contributions to German culture. The Gestapo, the secret police force, was established and given enormous powers to investigate alleged enemies of the state, to arrest them, to torture them, to execute them. The Gestapo operated outside the normal legal system. They could arrest anyone at any time for any reason. They could hold people indefinitely without trial. They could torture suspects to extract confessions. They could execute people without trial. The existence of the Gestapo created a climate of fear in Germany. People learned quickly that it was dangerous to criticize the government or to express anti-Nazi opinions. They learned that their neighbors might be informants. They learned that even in their abyss might be informants. They learned that even in their homes, they had to be careful about what they said, because walls had ears, and the Gestapo was always listening. In June 1934, less than 18 months after Hitler became Chancellor, the Nazi regime committed an act of extraordinary brutality that demonstrated the ruthlessness with which it would eliminate any threats to its power. The SA, the stormtroopers, had been extraordinarily important in bringing Hitler to power. They were the ones who had fought in the streets, who had intimidated opponents, who had created the atmosphere of violence and chaos that had destabilized the Weimar Republic. They numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Their leader, Ernst Röhm, was Hitler's oldest friend and most loyal supporter. But by the mid-1930s, Rome and the SA had become a problem for Hitler. Rome was talking about a second revolution, about using the SA to purge the German military and to create a new revolutionary army under SA leadership rather than under the leadership of the traditional military establishment. The German military, the Reichswehr, was uncomfortable with this talk. The conservative military leadership feared that the radical SA would sweep them away. They told Hitler that if he did not deal with the SA, they would refuse to support his government. The industrial leaders and businessmen who had supported Hitler also feared the radicalism of the SA. They wanted a strong government that would crush the communists and the labor movement and allow them to do business without interference. But they did not want a radical revolution that would redistribute wealth or challenge the capitalist system. Hitler, who had always been willing to sacrifice even his oldest friends if doing so served his larger political purposes, made the decision to eliminate the SA leadership and to subordinate the remaining SA to the regular military. This would be accomplished through what became known as the Night of the Long Knives, or the Rome Purge, which took place on June 30th, 1934. On that night, SS units, the elite guard loyal directly to Hitler, arrested hundreds of SA leaders across Germany. Röhm was arrested at his home and taken to a prison cell. Hitler personally visited Röhm and told him that he was being executed for treason. Röhm was given a gun and told to shoot himself. When he refused, the SS entered the cell and shot him. Similar scenes played out across Germany. Hundreds of SA leaders were arrested, imprisoned, and executed without trial. Some were also killed for reasons having nothing to do with the SA, including some conservative politicians who had opposed the Nazis, and some old rivals of Hitler's. The purge was not just about eliminating the SA as a potential rival power. it was also a demonstration of absolute power, a demonstration that in Nazi Germany, the regime would tolerate no challenge, no disloyalty, no independent power base. Even the closest associates of Hitler, even those who had been with him from the beginning, would be eliminated if they became inconvenient or threatening. The Night of the Long Knives sent a message throughout Germany and throughout the world. The Nazi regime was ruthless. It would not be constrained by law or loyalty or tradition. It would do whatever was necessary to maintain its power. The military and the industrial establishment, having seen the Rome purge, understood that they had made a bargain with a force far more terrible than they had anticipated. But they had also seen that Hitler would eliminate potential competitors for power, and they had been spared. They convinced themselves that they could coexist with the Nazi regime, that they could serve the regime and benefit from it without being destroyed. This would prove to be a tragic miscalculation on their part, but in the moment, having seen the regime's ruthlessness directed at the SA rather than at them, they decided to make peace with the dictatorship. In August 1934, less than 2 months after the Night of the Long Knives, President Hindenburg died. Hindenburg had been one of the few remaining figures of authority who existed outside the Nazi hierarchy. A figure from the pre-war world, a symbol of an older German tradition. Some had hoped that Hindenburg might serve as a restraint on Nazi power, that his authority might limit what Hitler could do. But Hindenburg was elderly and infirm, and he had lost most of his ability to influence events long before his death. When he died, Hitler moved immediately to consolidate the position he had achieved. Rather than allowing a new election for president or allowing the position to remain separate, Hitler merged the office of president with the office of chancellor, concentrating all power in his own hands. He became simply the Führer, the leader, with no other title needed. The military swore a new oath of loyalty, not to the German state or the German constitution or the German people, but directly to Adolf Hitler as Führer. This was extraordinarily significant. It meant that the military, which had been one of the institutions that might theoretically have limited Nazi power, had now sworn personal loyalty directly to Hitler. They were no longer bound by their oath to the constitution or to the state. They were bound to Hitler personally. The transformation was complete. Germany was now a totalitarian dictatorship, with a single leader possessing absolute power. The old institutions of the German state had been either destroyed or subordinated to Nazi control. The constitution was a dead letter, parliament was impotent, civil liberties had been eliminated, the press was controlled. The police and the military and every institution in German society was under Nazi control. The German people had been thoroughly coordinated, brought under the umbrella of Nazi ideology and Nazi organization. Terror and propaganda worked together to maintain this control. The terror of the Gestapo, the concentration camps, the arbitrary arrests, and the executions created an atmosphere in which dissent seemed impossibly dangerous, and the propaganda of Goebbels and the Nazi media machine created an atmosphere in which the regime seemed inevitable, powerful, and victorious. Hitler seemed to many Germans to be a great leader who was restoring the nation to power and glory. The economic recovery that began in the mid-1930s, driven largely by rearmament and by the Nazi policy of military expansion, was credited to Hitler's leadership and was seen as evidence that his policies were working. that the Nazis had the answers that the democratic governments had lacked over every aspect of German society. The regime's vision of totalitarian control was comprehensive and absolute. Nothing could be outside the regime's reach. No institution could exist independently. No person could maintain private thoughts if those thoughts contradicted Nazi ideology. The terror was not applied randomly or sporadically. It was systematic, deliberate, and designed to reach into every corner of the nation and every moment of daily life. It was orchestrated, coordinated, and constantly refined to maximize its effectiveness in controlling the population. The mechanisms of terror became more sophisticated over time as the regime learned what worked and what did not. The Gestapo, the secret state police, became the principal instrument of this terror. Formally established in April 1933 by Hermann Göring, the Gestapo was given extraordinary powers that placed it above the regular police and above the normal legal system. Its agents could arrest anyone at any time for any reason or for no reason at all. They could hold people indefinitely without charges. They could torture suspects to extract confessions. They could execute prisoners without trial. There was no appeal process. There was no court review. There was no protection under law. The Gestapo could do whatever it wanted because the Gestapo was the state, and the state had given itself permission to do these things. The Gestapo operated in secrecy, and its methods were deliberately brutal and deliberately visible. People disappeared into Gestapo custody and emerged changed, broken, or did not emerge at all. The message was clear. Anyone could be next. Anyone could be watched. Anyone could be reported by a neighbor, a co-worker, a family member, even a child. The fear generated by the Gestapo was almost incomprehensible to those who had not lived under such a system. It was not just the fear of arrest or torture, though those fears were very real. It was the knowledge that the state could touch you at any moment, that there was no privacy, no protection, no appeal to law or justice because the state itself had become the law, and the state had decided that the old concepts of law and justice were obstacles to be eliminated. Alongside the Gestapo stood the SS, the Schutzstaffel, or Protection Squadron, which was originally Hitler's personal bodyguard, and which evolved into a paramilitary organization that eventually became even more powerful and more feared than the regular German military. The SS was organized along quasi-military lines with its own ranks and its own chain of command, but it was fundamentally different from the military. The SS was bound to Hitler personally by an oath of absolute loyalty. SS men swore that they would obey Hitler's orders without question, without hesitation, and without regard to any other law or moral principle. The SS developed its own distinctive ideology. Members of the SS were selected based on racial criteria. They were supposed to exemplify Nazi racial ideals: tall, blonde, athletic, Nordic in appearance. The SS was turned into an elite corps of believers in Nazi ideology, men who saw themselves as the vanguard of a new racial order, men who were willing to commit terrible acts in service of that vision. The SS became the organization most directly responsible for the implementation of Nazi racial ideology and Nazi terror. SS units ran the concentration camps. SS units carried out executions. SS units participated in the purge of the SA during the light of the long knives. The SS was structured into different divisions. The Waffen-SS was a quasi-military organization that would eventually field armed divisions on the battlefield. The Allgemeine SS was the main organizational structure that oversaw party operations and territorial control. Within the SS, there were special units dedicated to different tasks. The Death's Head units, identifiable by their skull insignia, were responsible for running the concentration camps. The intelligence division of the SS, known as the Sicherheitsdienst or SD, worked closely with the Gestapo to identify enemies of the state and to suppress opposition. Together, the Gestapo and the SS created a network of surveillance and terror that penetrated every community and every institution in Germany. People learned to be careful about what they said, even in their own homes. They learned to be wary of informants. They learned that the state was watching. This climate of fear was not accidental. It was deliberately cultivated and maintained, because fear was one of the most effective tools for controlling a population and for ensuring compliance with the regime's orders. The concentration camps, which had initially been created as places to hold political prisoners, evolved into a vast system of forced labor camps, punishment camps, and eventually extermination camps. The first camps were established almost immediately after the Enabling Act was passed, with the opening of Dachau near Munich in March 1933. These early camps held political opponents, communists, social democrats, trade unionists, and anyone else whom the regime considered dangerous. Conditions in the camps were deliberately harsh and deliberately designed to break the spirit of the prisoners. Food was minimal, often nothing more than watery soup and a piece of black bread. Work was brutal and endless, with prisoners forced to labor in quarries, in construction sites, in factories, from dawn until dusk, without rest. Punishment was severe and arbitrary. A prisoner might be beaten for looking at a guard the wrong way. A prisoner might be placed in solitary confinement in a cell so small he could neither lie down nor stand up fully. A prisoner might be executed without trial for any infraction or for no reason at all. Guards were selected for their willingness to inflict cruelty. Some were sadists who relished the power they had over helpless prisoners. Some were true believers in Nazi ideology who saw the camps as laboratories for the racial struggle. Some were simply men who had accepted the system and followed orders. Regardless of their motivation, they participated in a system designed to destroy human beings. The camps served multiple purposes. They removed opponents of the regime from circulation and eliminated any possibility that they could organize resistance. They served as a warning to anyone who might consider opposing the regime. They provided a pool of forced laborers for building projects and military production, and they served as laboratories for the regime's racial ideology and for testing methods of control and punishment. Guards in the camps kept detailed records. Prisoners' photographs were taken. Their measurements were recorded. Their reactions to various punishments were noted. The camps became places of systematic dehumanization, where prisoners were treated as less than human, as objects to be used and discarded. The psychological impact was devastating. Those who survived the camps were permanently traumatized. Those who were released often had great difficulty functioning in normal society. The camps themselves became powerful symbols of the regime's ruthlessness and its absolute power over life and death. Joseph Goebbels and his Ministry of Public Enlightenment and Propaganda created a totalitarian information system, the like of which the world had never seen before. Radio was the primary medium, and by the mid-1930s, the Nazi regime had distributed thousands of cheap radios to German households so that every German family could hear Nazi broadcasts. The radio was turned on in workplaces, in schools, in public squares. There was no escape from the constant flow of Nazi messaging. Newspapers were brought under Nazi control, with editors receiving daily instructions about what stories could be published and how they should be framed. Every newspaper in Germany had to publish the same approved stories in the same approved way. Magazines were censored. Books that did not conform to Nazi ideology were banned and publicly burned. Film became a crucial propaganda tool. German filmmakers produced movies that glorified the Nazi regime, that portrayed Hitler as a brilliant leader and a great military strategist, that demonized the enemies of the regime, that promoted Nazi racial ideology. Movie theaters across Germany showed these films, and attendance was often mandatory or strongly encouraged. Radio broadcasts featured speeches by Hitler, by Goebbels, and by other Nazi leaders. These were not ordinary political speeches. They were carefully orchestrated emotional experiences designed to generate enthusiasm and loyalty. Hitler's speeches, in particular, were theatrical performances where every gesture, every pause, every modulation of his voice was calculated to produce a specific emotional effect on his audience. He was a master of using radio, understanding how to speak directly to people in their homes in a way that made them feel like he was speaking directly to them personally. Goebbels understood that propaganda was not just about spreading information or spreading lies. It was about controlling the entire environment of communication so that alternative viewpoints became impossible to express or even to imagine. It was about making the Nazi worldview seem like the only possible worldview, the only rational understanding of reality. If every newspaper, every radio broadcast, every magazine, every book, every film, every public speech was saying the same thing, then that became the reality for most people. Those who had access to foreign radio broadcasts might hear different stories, but most ordinary Germans had no such access. The regime discouraged and punished listening to foreign broadcasts. It was considered unpatriotic and dangerous. Most ordinary Germans lived entirely within a Nazi-controlled information environment. They heard only Nazi messages. They saw only Nazi-approved images. They read only Nazi-approved newspapers. Their children were taught only Nazi-approved history and Nazi-approved ideology in their schools. Over time, this constant bombardment of propaganda shaped the way people thought, the way they saw the world, the way they understood themselves and their place in society. The propaganda worked. It worked because it was comprehensive and because alternative sources of information were eliminated or suppressed. It worked because it appealed to deep desires and deep fears. Goebbels called this the creation of reality. He understood that if you controlled all the sources of information, you could make people believe almost a nothing, no matter how far from the truth it might be. He understood that repetition was crucial, The same message repeated again and again across multiple media became accepted as truth, became so familiar that it seemed like common sense, like something everyone naturally believed. He understood that emotional appeals were more powerful than rational argument. He understood that people were more likely to be persuaded by appeals to their hopes and their fears than by logical argument. Hitler was presented as the savior of Germany, as the only one who could restore the nation to greatness, as a figure almost beyond criticism or question. This was the Hitler myth, carefully constructed and constantly reinforced through propaganda. To question the myth was to question the entire structure of the regime. To reject the myth was to risk being branded as an enemy of the state and facing arrest, torture, and execution. The process of Gleichschaltung, or coordination, meant that every institution in German society was brought under Nazi control or Nazi influence. The business world was coordinated. Business leaders had to accept Nazi economic policies. They had to follow Nazi directives about what to produce and how much to pay workers. They had to accept Nazi oversight and Nazi control. Those who resisted were removed and replaced with more compliant leaders. The churches were coordinated. The Catholic Church and the Protestant churches both tried to maintain some independence, but both faced tremendous pressure to align themselves with Nazi ideology and Nazi goals. Some clergy resisted and were punished. Some clergy cooperated and became integral parts of the Nazi system. The schools were coordinated. Teachers had to become members of the Nazi Party. Textbooks were rewritten to reflect Nazi ideology. History was taught through a Nazi lens. Biology was taught in ways that promoted Nazi racial theories. Physical education was transformed into military training. Students were organized into the Hitler Youth, a paramilitary organization that provided military training and indoctrination. The legal system was coordinated. Judges who had been independent became subordinate to Nazi directives. Laws were passed that violated basic principles of justice, and judges were expected to enforce them without question. Lawyers who refused to cooperate were disbarred. The medical profession was coordinated. Doctors were required to follow Nazi policies on eugenics and racial hygiene. Those who refused faced professional destruction. The military was coordinated. Officers swore personal loyalty to Hitler rather than to the state or the constitution. The military became an instrument of Nazi policy rather than an independent institution that might serve as a check on Nazi power. Every organization, every institution, every profession was brought under Nazi control. The entire society was reorganized according to Nazi principles. The goal was to create what the Nazis called the Volksgemeinschaft, the people's community, where everyone shared the same ideology, the same values, the same understanding of what it meant to be German. In reality, this meant that everyone was subject to the same totalitarian control, the same surveillance, the same propaganda, and the same terror. There was no place to hide. There was no institution that could provide protection or refuge from the regime's reach. Everything and everyone was controlled. The Nuremberg Laws, passed in September 1935, formally established a legal framework for Nazi racial persecution. These laws were specifically designed to separate Jews from the rest of German society and to remove them from German citizenship. The Reich citizenship law declared that only those of German or related blood could be German citizens. Jews were stripped of their citizenship. They became subjects of the state rather than citizens, which meant they had no legal rights, no legal protection, no recourse to law if they were harmed. The law for the protection of German blood and German honor made it illegal for Jews to marry Germans or to have sexual relations with Germans. It was intended to prevent what the Nazis called racial contamination, the mixing of what they considered superior and inferior races. Mixed-race children born before the law could no longer inherit their father's estate. Jews could no longer employ German women under the age of 45 in their households. Jews could not display the German flag. Jews could not employ Christians. An entire body of regulations was created to enforce racial separation. These laws were not just about discrimination. They were about legal persecution, about using the apparatus of the state to strip Jews of their rights and their status. They transformed prejudice into law. They gave official sanction and official machinery to anti-Semitism. Jewish businesses were boycotted. Jewish lawyers were disbarred. Jewish doctors could no longer practice medicine. Jews were expelled from schools and universities. Jewish children could not attend schools with German children. A whole set of regulations and restrictions were put in place to isolate Jews from German society. These restrictions were not uniform. They varied from place to place and evolved over time, becoming progressively more severe. In some towns, Jews were forced to wear identifying badges or armbands. In some places, they were forced to live in restricted areas. In some places, they were forbidden from certain professions or from owning certain types of property. The goal was clear. It was to exclude Jews completely from German society, to make them permanently marked as outsiders, as enemies, as less than human. The Nuremberg laws were presented as a legitimate exercise of governmental power, as laws passed by the Reichstag, as legal and constitutional acts. In reality, they were instruments of persecution. They were used to justify and to facilitate the gradual exclusion and destruction of German Jewry. Anti-Semitism was not new to Germany or to Europe. Anti-Semitic stereotypes had existed for centuries, but the Nazis took these ancient prejudices and transformed them into state policy. They used the power of the state to persecute Jews systematically and legally. The Nuremberg laws were just the beginning. As time went on, the persecution became more severe, the restrictions more absolute, the ultimate goal of the regime becoming clearer and more terrible. But in the mid-1930s, many Germans did not fully understand where this was leading. Many thought that once the Jews had been forced out of society, the persecution would stop. They did not understand that the Nazi regime's racial ideology had no natural stopping point, that persecution was not a means to an end, but an end in itself, that the regime would continue to expand its circles of persecution to include other groups deemed racially or socially unfit. The Nazi regime needed to stabilize the economy and to rebuild German military strength, because the ultimate goal of the regime was not just to establish a totalitarian dictatorship at home, but to expand that dictatorship across Europe. Economic recovery became one of the primary tools tools for gaining legitimacy and popular support. The Depression had devastated the German economy, leaving millions without work, without hope, without any sense that the future would be better than the present. Hitler's government moved to address the unemployment crisis with a combination of public works projects and military rearmament. Public works programs were launched to build roads, buildings, dams, and other infrastructure projects. Young men worked on these projects, and at least they had employment and wages, however meager. These programs did put people back to work, though the wages were kept artificially low and the working conditions were harsh. Many of these projects, particularly the Autobahn highway system, were designed to serve both civilian and military purposes. The government also began massive rearmament, building up the military and producing weapons and military equipment. Factories that had been idle for years suddenly had orders for tanks, aircraft, artillery, rifles, ammunition, uniforms, and all the equipment needed to wage war. Factories that had been idle began producing again. Workers who had been unemployed found jobs in the military-industrial complex. By the late 1930s, unemployment in Germany had dropped dramatically, from over 6 million at the height of the Depression to less than 1 million. Unemployment had essentially disappeared, which was a stunning recovery compared to the catastrophe of the early 1930s. This economic recovery was real, and it had tangible benefits for ordinary Germans. For the first time in years, many people had jobs and steady wages. They could afford food and rent and basic necessities. The psychological impact of this economic recovery was enormous. People who had lived through years of desperation and hopelessness now felt hopeful. They felt that the regime was actually accomplishing something. They credited Hitler with the economic recovery. They did not fully understand that the recovery was built on rearmament, on preparing for war, on a fundamentally unsustainable economic model that could only be sustained by military conquest and the acquisition of resources from conquered territories. The regime promoted the idea that economic recovery was proof that Hitler was a great leader and a great strategist, that his policies were working, that his vision for Germany was being realized. They compared the economic recovery under Hitler to the chaos and unemployment of the final years of the Weimar Republic. They presented the recovery as validation of Nazi ideology and Nazi policy. But beneath the apparent economic recovery lay a more troubling reality. The regime had essentially militarized the entire German economy. Resources were being directed toward military production. Consumer goods were becoming scarce. Prices were being controlled by the state. Wages were being controlled by the state. The working classes were being forced into organizations controlled by the regime. Trade unions had been abolished. Workers had no ability to strike or to negotiate for better wages or conditions. The regime had essentially subordinated the entire economy to its own purposes, which were the purposes of preparing Germany for military conquest. The autarky program attempted to make Germany self-sufficient in essential materials, so that Germany would not be dependent on international trade or on imports of foreign resources. This required the development of synthetic substitutes for materials that Germany did not have. Synthetic rubber was developed. Synthetic fuels were produced. These programs required enormous investments of capital and labor, and they were only made possible by the regime's ability to command resources and labor without having to compete in a free market. The rearmament program was visible to any observer who cared to look. German factories were producing weapons and military equipment at an accelerating pace. Factories that had produced consumer goods were converted to military production. The military was being expanded from the limited force allowed by the Treaty of Versailles to a massive military machine capable of conducting large-scale warfare. The Luftwaffe, the German Air Force, was built from nothing into one of the most modern and most powerful air forces in the world. New tanks and armored vehicles were designed and produced. The German Navy was expanded. Artillery, rifles, ammunition, everything needed for modern warfare was being produced in vast quantities. This rearmament was explicitly forbidden by the Treaty of Versailles, which the Nazi regime had repudiated and declared no longer binding on Germany. This rearmament violated international treaties and agreements that Germany had signed, but Germany rearmed anyway, because the Nazi regime had decided that the old international order no longer applied to Germany, that Germany was not bound by treaties made by the Weimar Republic, that Germany had the right to pursue its own national interests regardless of what other nations wanted or expected. Germany was going to follow its own path, pursue its own interests, pursue its own destiny, and if other nations did not like it, that was their problem. The other nations protested, but they did nothing to stop the rearmament. Britain actually signed a naval agreement with Germany in 1935 that effectively legitimized German rearmament. Other nations watched, but did not intervene. Germany rearmed openly, and the world watched without stopping it. The Hitler Youth Movement was established to ensure that an entire generation of Germans was raised according to Nazi ideology. Boys and girls were organized into the Hitler Youth from the age of 6 or 7. The youngest children were in the PIMF, the Boys' Organization for Children under 14. Older boys were in the Hitlerjugend proper. Girls were in the League of German Girls. They attended meetings regularly. They participated in physical training and military instruction. They were indoctrinated with Nazi ideology. They learned to see themselves as part of a superior race, destined to rule Europe and eventually the world. They learned to despise the enemies of the regime, particularly Jews, communists, and Slavic peoples. They learned to view Hitler as an almost divine figure worthy of absolute loyalty. The Hitler Youth was not optional. Membership was strongly encouraged and eventually became effectively mandatory. Parents who did not enroll their children in the Hitler Youth faced pressure from local Nazi authorities and risked professional consequences. Children who did not participate in Hitler Youth activities faced discrimination in school and were marked as outsiders. The Hitler Youth provided a sense of belonging and purpose to young people who often had few other outlets in a controlled society. They wore distinctive uniforms with swastika armbands, which gave them a sense of status and identity and marked them visibly as members of the Nazi movement. They participated in camps and rallies, which provided excitement and adventure and a sense of being part of something grand and important. The Hitler Youth provided the regime with an army of indoctrinated young people who could be mobilized for propaganda purposes, who could be used to encourage their parents to support the regime through peer pressure and emotional appeals, and who could eventually be conscripted into military service and the SS. The education system was fundamentally transformed to serve Nazi purposes. History was rewritten to glorify Germanic peoples and their supposed racial superiority and to demonize Jews and other groups deemed inferior and dangerous to the German race. Biology was taught in ways that promoted Nazi racial theories, teaching false ideas about racial hierarchy as if they were scientific fact. Physics and chemistry were taught in ways that emphasized military applications and weapons development. German literature was carefully selected to promote Nazi ideals of heroism, sacrifice, and racial struggle. Even mathematics was taught with a Nazi slant, with story problems involving military logistics or racial populations or economic statistics that supposedly proved German superiority. Teachers who had been educated in the pre-Nazi era were forced to attend re-education courses where they learned Nazi ideology and Nazi teaching methods. Those who resisted were removed from teaching. Younger teachers were trained in Nazi schools where they were indoctrinated from the beginning of their careers. The curriculum at these teacher training schools emphasized Nazi ideology as much as teaching methodology. The goal was to create a generation of Germans who did not question Nazi ideology, who accepted Nazi racial theories as scientific fact, who understood themselves primarily as members of a racial community rather than as individuals with independent thoughts and values. The impact of this educational system on the children of Germany was profound and devastating. A generation was being raised in an environment of totalitarian control, surrounded by Nazi propaganda from the moment they could understand language, taught to see the world through a Nazi lens, trained to be loyal to the regime above all else, trained to see the Führer as a father figure worthy of sacrifice and obedience. These children did not know what freedom meant. They did not know what independent thought meant. They were being molded into servants of the state, into believers in Nazi ideology, into potential soldiers for Nazi Germany's future wars. The psychological programming was so complete that many of these children did not even question what was happening. It was simply the world they lived in. It was normal. It was right. The Nazi regime moved to control every aspect of German culture. Modern art was declared degenerate and was banned. Works by avant-garde artists, works that did not conform to Nazi aesthetic standards, works that were created by Jews or leftists or anyone else deemed enemies of the regime, were removed from public display. Avant-garde artists were expelled from their positions. Their works were removed from museums. The regime organized exhibitions of degenerate art, displaying works of modern art alongside mockery and accusations that these artists were traitors and degenerates. Alternative forms of expression were suppressed. Classical music was promoted because it was seen as expressing German genius and strength. But even classical composers were censored if they were Jewish or if our work was deemed to have insufficient Nazi spirit, or if it was too dissonant or too modern in its musical language. Literature was censored. Books that did not conform to Nazi ideology were removed from libraries and publicly burned. Entire collections burned at huge rallies where crowds gathered to watch the destruction of books deemed dangerous to the Nazi worldview. German literature was promoted, particularly works that celebrated Germanic traditions, that celebrated the struggles of German peoples, that glorified struggle and racial conflict, that portrayed the superiority of German culture. Film was controlled absolutely. Every film had to be approved by the regime before it could be made, during production, and before it could be shown to the public. All films were screened by the regime. before they could be shown. Films that promoted Nazi ideology were made and distributed widely. Film had enormous power because it could reach mass audiences and could communicate ideology through imagery and emotion rather than through rational argument or abstract ideas. Radio broadcasts of classical music alternated with political speeches and propaganda messages. Audiences could not escape Nazi messaging. It was everywhere. It was constant. The Nazis understood that culture and art were powerful tools for shaping consciousness and for promoting ideology. They understood that people were moved by beauty and by emotion and by artistic expression. They moved to control all of these things so that art and culture would serve the purposes of the regime, rather than allowing them to express independent human creativity or to challenge the regime's values. The regime appointed cultural leaders and cultural organizations, and these organizations made decisions about what art could be shown, what music could be played, what literature could be published. They controlled the major concert halls, the theaters, the galleries, and the publishing houses. They determined which artists could work and which could not. Artists who refused to accept Nazi control either had to stop working or had to leave Germany. Many chose to emigrate, abandoning their homes and their careers rather than submit to Nazi control. Others stayed and tried to find ways to express themselves within the constraints of Nazi censorship, creating secret art or hidden art that would only be discovered after the regime had fallen. The goal was to create a unified culture that reflected Nazi values and Nazi ideology, a culture where every artistic expression reinforced the regime's messages and supported the regime's goals, a culture that was an extension of Nazi power into the realm of human creativity and human expression over every aspect of German society. The regime's vision of totalitarian control was comprehensive and absolute. Nothing could be outside the regime's reach. No institution could exist independently. No person could maintain private thoughts if those thoughts contradicted Nazi ideology. The terror was not applied randomly or sporadically. It was systematic, deliberate, and designed to reach into every corner of the nation and every moment of daily life. With this absolute control firmly established at home, the Nazi regime could turn its attention outward. The rearmament that had begun in secret and then proceeded openly was nearing completion. The military was growing stronger with each passing month. The economy had been mobilized for war. The people had been indoctrinated and organized. The apparatus of totalitarian control was in place. The machinery of state violence and state propaganda had been perfected. The nation was unified, at least on the surface, behind the Führer and his vision. The Gestapo was watching every shadow, every whisper. The SS was ready to enforce the regime's will. The concentration camps held anyone who might resist. The schools were producing a generation of true believers who had known nothing but Nazi rule. Now came the moment when the regime would begin to expand beyond Germany's borders. The isolated nation that had been humiliated by Versailles would become the master of Europe, or so Hitler believed, or so he intended. The test would come not through negotiation, but through the regime's willingness to violate treaties and expand by force. The first test of international resolve came in 1936 with the remilitarization of the Rhineland. The Rhineland was a region on Germany's western border, bordering France and Belgium. According to the Treaty of Versailles and the subsequent Locarno treaties, the Rhineland was supposed to remain permanently demilitarized as a buffer zone between Germany and France. This was meant to protect France from German aggression and to prevent Germany from launching attacks across the Rhine. The demilitarization was one of the most hated and resented provisions of Versailles from the German perspective. It meant that Germany could not defend its own territory. It meant that if France invaded, Germany would have no military presence in the Rhineland to resist. It meant that France was militarily dominant on the continent. But Hitler considered the demilitarized zone a humiliation and a constraint on German power. He saw it as a symbol of Germany's subordination to the Treaty of Versailles. He saw it as an obstacle to German rearmament and German greatness. He wanted to remilitarize the Rhineland, to place German troops and German fortifications along the Rhine, to re-establish German military presence in the region. It was a calculated gamble, a test of whether the international community would allow Germany to violate the treaties that had ended World War I. In March 1936, Hitler ordered the German military to march into the Rhineland in a direct violation of the treaties. German troops crossed the Rhine and moved into the demilitarized zone. German generals and military planners held their breath because this was risky. Germany's military was still being built up. France and Britain combined still had far superior military forces. If France had responded militarily at that moment, the German troops in the Rhineland would have been quickly overwhelmed. Germany would have suffered a military defeat. The entire Nazi regime might have collapsed in humiliation. But Hitler gambled that France and Britain would not respond. He gambled that international resolve had weakened. He gambled that the democracies were tired of conflict and would accept German rearmament and German expansion. He gambled that France was too internally divided and too pacifist to fight. He gambled that Britain would prefer to negotiate with Germany rather than confront it militarily. And he was right. France protested diplomatically but did nothing militarily. France had the military capability to respond, but it lacked the political will to do so. France's political leaders feared war. They remembered World War I and its devastation. They did not want to risk another such conflict, so France protested but did not act. Britain, incredibly, actually signed a naval agreement with Germany that summer, essentially legitimizing German rearmament. Rather than standing with France to oppose German expansion, Britain negotiated with Germany and agreed to German rearmament. This was seen by Hitler as an enormous diplomatic victory. Britain, Germany's most powerful potential opponent, had essentially accepted German rearmament and German expansion. The international community watched as Germany violated treaties and rearmed in defiance of the peace settlement, and the international community did nothing meaningful to stop it. The remilitarization of the Rhineland was a turning point when the post-World War I international order began to collapse. It showed that Germany could violate agreements without consequences. The remilitarization emboldened Hitler. He saw that the Western democracies would not fight to uphold Versailles. He saw that France was divided and passive. He saw that Britain was willing to accommodate German power. He concluded that Germany could continue to expand. The world watched as a totalitarian dictatorship remade the map of Europe, and the world did little to stop it. In the summer of 1936, the Spanish Civil War broke out, when fascist military forces under General Francisco Franco rebelled against Spain's democratic government. What was supposed to be a quick victory became a protracted civil war, lasting nearly 3 years. The war became a proxy conflict, where the fascist powers tested their military strength and ideology against the forces of democracy and communism. Hitler sent German military forces to support Franco, the Condor Legion as it was called. German tanks and artillery were shipped to Spain. The German military used Spain as a laboratory to test new weapons and tactics. Pilots learned how air power could support ground operations. Tank commanders gained experience in offensive operations. Artillery crews learned coordination with air powers, and infantry. The German military returned from Spain with combat experience that would serve them in Poland and France. But Spain was not just a military testing ground. Spain was a political statement. By supporting Franco, Hitler was supporting fascism and showing solidarity with Mussolini's Italy. The fascist axis was being cemented. The Spanish Civil War became the first major conflict where fascist powers openly intervened against democratic opponents. Germany's intervention in Spain demonstrated the weakness of the League of Nations and the democratic powers. The Soviet Union supported the Republicans, but the Western democracies largely stayed out. Germany and Italy sent substantial forces to Spain while maintaining pretense of non-intervention agreement. The Spanish Civil War ended in 1939 with Franco's victory. Hundreds of thousands were killed. Spain became another fascist state. The Nazis gained valuable military experience. They demonstrated fascist solidarity with Mussolini. They showed the democracies would not oppose fascist expansion. They revealed the impotence of the League of Nations. By the time the Spanish Civil War ended, German attention had shifted to another target. Austria was predominantly German in ethnicity and language. Most Austrians spoke German as their native language. Most Austrians identified as German culturally and ethnically. Many Austrians felt they should be part of a larger German state, part of a unified German nation rather than a small independent republic. The idea of Anschluss, the union of Germany and Austria, had supporters in Austria, but the Treaty of Versailles and the League of Nations specifically prohibited the union of Germany and Austria. The Anschluss, as the union was called, was forbidden. Austria was supposed to remain independent, but Hitler had always believed that Germany and Austria should be united. In his mind, Austria was German territory occupied by a separate state. In his autobiography, Mein Kampf, he had written of his desire to see Germany and Austria united. He saw the Anschluss as something that was not just desirable, but inevitable and necessary. In February 1938, Hitler pressured the Austrian government to allow him to appoint new ministers and to move Austrian politics in a Nazi direction. The Austrian Chancellor, Kurt Schuschnigg, initially resisted, but eventually capitulated under German pressure. He agreed to allow Nazi-sympathetic politicians into the Austrian government. But Hitler was not content with partial measures. He wanted complete control of Austria. In March 1938, German troops moved into Austria. There was no military resistance because the Austrian government had already been forced to cooperate and because the military balance was hopeless. Austrian military forces could not have resisted German military power. German troops marched into Vienna and other major cities. Crowds of Austrians lined the streets. Some cheered the German soldiers. Some were genuinely happy to see German troops, sharing the enthusiasm for the Anschluss and for union with Germany. Some were coerced into celebrating by Nazi organizers who organized mass rallies and demonstrations to show enthusiasm. Some were simply afraid to show anything but enthusiasm, knowing that opposition to the regime could bring consequences. The Anschluss was completed. Austria was incorporated into Germany. Austrian soldiers swore loyalty to Hitler. Austrian civil servants became part of the German state apparatus. Austrian territory became part of the German Reich. The Nazi regime announced that a plebiscite would be held to ratify the union and to show that the Austrian people approved. The Austrian people would be asked whether they approved of the union with Germany. The result was overwhelming. 99.7% of Austrian voters approved the Anschluss. But these elections under Nazi control were not genuine expressions of free choice. Opposition candidates were not permitted to campaign. Opposition speeches were not allowed to be given. Opposition newspapers were banned. The voting was not secret in many places, meaning people could be watched to see how they voted. People who voted no faced social pressure and potential Nazi reprisals. Despite the way the plebiscite was conducted, it probably reflected genuine support for the Anschluss among at least a significant portion of the Austrian population. Many Austrians did support union with Germany. The Anschluss added several million Austrians to the German Reich. It added Austrian territory to the German state. It added resources and industrial capacity, particularly important industrial facilities. It added military manpower that could be conscripted into the German military. The Anschluss was another violation of the Treaty of Versailles and the League of Nations Covenant, and again the Western democracies protested but did nothing to stop it. Britain and France condemned the action but took no military or economic measures to reverse it. The Anschluss was a fait accompli, and there was nothing the Western powers could do about it. The success of the Anschluss emboldened Hitler further. He had now successfully expanded German territory twice, first with the Rhineland and then with Austria. Each time the Western democracies had protested and done nothing. This pattern seemed clear. Germany could expand. Germany could violate treaties. Germany could take what it wanted, and the Western democracies would do nothing. He now turned his attention to Czechoslovakia. Czechoslovakia was a multi-ethnic state created after World War I from the territories of the defeated Austro-Hungarian Empire. It included Czech and Slovak peoples as the dominant ethnic groups, but it also included German-speaking peoples in a region called the Sudetenland, along with other minority populations. The Sudetenland was on Czechoslovakia's border with Germany. It was the most economically developed part of Czechoslovakia. It contained important industrial facilities and military fortifications that were crucial to Czechoslovak defense. It contained about 3 million German speakers who had lived in the region for centuries. Hitler claimed that the German-speaking Sudeten Germans were oppressed by Czech rule, and that Germany had a responsibility to protect them and to unite them with the German nation. He demanded that the Sudetenland be returned to Germany. This was not just a territorial claim. It was a claim to a strategically vital region. Czechoslovakia was a small country and not nearly as powerful as Germany, but it was also not completely defenseless. It had a capable military with modern equipment. It had military alliances with France and the Soviet Union. If Germany invaded, Czechoslovakia would fight. But Hitler did not want to fight if he could avoid it. A war with Czechoslovakia, and possibly with France and the Soviet Union, was a risk he wanted to minimize. He wanted to take the Sudetenland by political pressure and international negotiation. He wanted to present Germany as merely reclaiming German territory and uniting ethnic Germans with the Reich, rather than as an aggressive expansionist power. The crisis came to a head in the summer of 1938. Hitler escalated his demands. He sent German troops to the Czechoslovak border in threatening postures. Czechoslovakia mobilized its military in response. The German military prepared for possible invasion. War say, immediate possible, even likely. The Western democracies, particularly Britain and France, were desperate to avoid war. They feared that another major European war would be catastrophic and would repeat the horrors of World War I. They had not forgotten World War I and its horrific cost in lives. Millions of soldiers had been killed. Entire generations of young men had been wiped out. The economic and social costs had been staggering. They wanted to avoid another such conflict at almost any price. So Britain and France adopted a policy of appeasement. They decided to negotiate with Hitler and to accommodate his demands in hopes of maintaining peace. They believed that if they could satisfy Hitler's legitimate grievances about the Treaty of Versailles, he would be satisfied and Germany would stop expanding. In September 1938, Britain and France met with Hitler and Mussolini in Munich to discuss the Sudetenland crisis, but Czechoslovakia was not invited to these negotiations. The fate of Czechoslovak territory was decided without Czechoslovak participation. The Czechoslovak government learned of the decision through radio broadcasts and newspapers. The Munich Agreement allowed Germany to annex the Sudetenland. Czechoslovakia would lose the most developed part of its territory and the military fortifications that defended its border with Germany. Without the Sudetenland, Czechoslovakia was indefensible. In exchange, Hitler promised that Germany would make no further territorial demands in Europe. The British Prime Minister, Neville Chamberlain, returned to Britain and declared that he had achieved peace for our time. He waved a signed agreement with Hitler's signature on it. He believed that by giving Hitler the Sudetenland, he had prevented war. He believed that Hitler's demands for German territory were now satisfied and that Germany would not expand further. He believed that the crisis was resolved and that peace would be maintained. He was wrong. The Munich Agreement turned out to be a catastrophic miscalculation, one of the greatest diplomatic failures in modern history. Appeasement had not satisfied Hitler. It had emboldened him. It had shown that the Western democracies would back down when faced with German demands. It had shown that Hitler could threaten war and get what he wanted. It had shown that Hitler could successfully use intimidation and threats to achieve his goals. It had shown that there was no point in making any further agreements with the Western powers because they would simply accept whatever Germany demanded. In the meantime, the persecution of Jews in Germany intensified with each passing year. The Nuremberg laws had established the legal framework for Jewish persecution in 1935, but restrictions and discrimination had continued to escalate throughout the 1930s. Jewish businesses had been forced to post signs saying Jews were not welcome. Jewish citizens had been excluded from professions. Jewish children had been expelled from schools. Jewish people faced daily humiliation, discrimination, and exclusion from German society. In November 1938, an event occurred that demonstrated the depth of Nazi anti-Semitism and the willingness of the Nazi regime to use organized violence against the Jewish population. A Polish Jewish refugee named Herschel Grinspan, whose family had been expelled from Germany, walked into the German embassy in Paris and shot and killed a German diplomat named Ernst von Rath. Grinspan was motivated by rage at the treatment of Jews and by his family's expulsion. The Nazi regime used this incident as a pretext for a massive coordinated attack on Jews across Germany. The night of November 9, 1938, became known as Kristallnacht, the night of broken glass, because of the shattered windows of Jewish-owned businesses and synagogues that covered the streets of German cities. Nazi stormtroopers and other Nazi activists attacked Jewish homes, businesses, and places of worship throughout Germany in carefully organized attacks. Synagogues were burned with their contents destroyed. Jewish businesses were destroyed and looted by mobs. Jewish citizens were beaten and killed in the streets. Over 90 Jews were murdered during the pogrom. Thousands of Jewish men were arrested, and sent to concentration camps where they were tortured and abused. The violence was organized by the Nazi regime, not a spontaneous outburst of popular anti-Semitism. It was coordinated across the entire country with planning from above. It appeared spontaneous to outsiders, but it was actually carefully orchestrated and controlled. Local Nazi leaders had received instructions to organize the violence. The police were told not to interfere with the attacks. The fire department was told not to extinguish fires at Jewish buildings or synagogues. The violence continued for days in city after city. Kristallnacht marked a major escalation in persecution, a crossing of a line from legal discrimination to organized mass violence. It showed that the Nazi regime was willing to use mass violence against Jews, that it could organize pogroms from above, that it could direct thousands of people to attack and destroy with no fear of legal consequences. It showed that persecution could escalate from discrimination and legal restrictions to organized pogroms and attacks in the streets. It showed that the fate of Jews in Nazi Germany was becoming increasingly precarious and dangerous. It showed that the Nazi regime was moving towards some kind of final solution, though what that would entail was not yet clear. The international response to Kristallnacht was muted and ineffectual. Some countries protested the violence. Some countries expressed moral disapproval, but no country imposed serious economic sanctions on Germany. No country threatened military action or retaliation. No country seriously considered intervening to protect German Jews or to force Germany to stop its persecution. The message was clear to the Nazi regime. The rest of the world would not interfere with German domestic persecution of Jews. Germany could treat its Jewish citizens however it wanted, without fear of international consequences. Germany could organize pogroms, could burn synagogues, could murder Jews in the streets with impunity. In the months after the Munich Agreement, Hitler made a fateful decision. In March 1939, German troops crossed into Czechoslovakia and occupied the remaining Czech lands that had not been included in the Sudetenland. This was the final blow to appeasement. Hitler had promised in the Munich Agreement that Germany would make no further territorial demands in Europe. But now, less than 6 months later, he was annexing more Czech territory. He was expanding beyond the principle of uniting ethnic Germans and was instead simply conquering territory and annexing it to the German Reich. This was not a matter of reclaiming ethnic German territory or of self-determination of German peoples. The Czech lands were not German-speaking. They were Czech. The people who lived there were Czech, not German. Hitler was not uniting ethnic Germans. He was conquering Czech territory and subjugating the Czech people under German rule. The Czech lands became the protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia under German occupation and control. The Czech government was allowed to continue to exist nominally as a puppet government, but real power rested with German authorities. The German protector directed policy. German troops occupied the territory. The Czech people were now subjects of the German Reich, conquered and governed by Nazi rule. Their independence was gone. Their government was subordinate to German authority. They were part of a German-dominated empire. The invasion of Czechoslovakia demonstrated that appeasement had failed completely. It showed that negotiating with Hitler was futile. It showed that Hitler's appetites had not been satisfied by the Sudetenland or by Austria. It showed that Hitler intended to continue expanding and conquering. It showed that no agreement with Hitler could be trusted. Hitler made agreements only when they served his purposes. When the agreement no longer served his purposes, he violated it without hesitation. The Western democracies had tried to satisfy German demands through negotiation and concession. They had hoped that by allowing Germany to expand into German-speaking territories, Germany would be satisfied and peace would be maintained. They had hoped that nationalism would be satisfied by the Union of Austria and the acquisition of the Sudetenland. But Hitler's ambitions extended far beyond the union of ethnic Germans. He intended to establish German domination over large parts of Europe. He intended to conquer territory regardless of ethnicity and subjugate its peoples under German rule. He intended to create a German empire, a territory controlled by Germans for the benefit of Germans. He intended not merely to unite Germany with Austria and the Sudetenland, but to build a German empire that would dominate the continent and perhaps the world. By invading Czechoslovakia, Hitler made clear that negotiation and appeasement would not work. Hitler only respected military strength. Only the threat or use of military force could stop him. The only way to stop German expansion was military force. But the Western democracies had not been predurous, had not been preparing for war in the way that Germany had been preparing for years. They had hoped to avoid war through negotiation. They had not wanted to spend the resources on armament that Germany had spent. They had believed that negotiation and accommodation were cheaper and better than military preparation. Now they faced a German military machine that was becoming increasingly powerful and increasingly dangerous. As German expansion continued in 1938 and 1939, the Nazi regime made a shocking diplomatic move that astonished the world. The Soviet Union and Nazi Germany were ideological enemies. Their systems of government were fundamentally opposed. Communism and fascism were opposed to each other. They were supposed to be mortal enemies. The Soviet Union had supported Republican forces in Spain against German fascists. Germany had opposed the Soviets in Spain. The The Soviet Union had been arming and supporting opponents of Nazi Germany throughout the 1930s. Hitler had made anti-communism one of the core principles of Nazi ideology. He had portrayed the Soviet Union as Germany's greatest enemy. The idea of a Soviet-German alliance seemed not just surprising, but impossible. Yet in August 1939, Hitler and Stalin shocked the world by signing the Nazi-Soviet Pact, a non-aggression treaty between Germany and the Soviet Union. The two powers promised not to attack each other. They promised to remain neutral if the other became involved in a war with a third party. So if Germany attacked Poland or France, the Soviet Union would not intervene. If the Soviet Union was attacked by a third power, Germany would not intervene. The public terms of the treaty were surprising enough, stunning to those who had been told that communism and fascism were mortal enemies. But the secret protocols were even more shocking when they became known later. In the secret protocols, Germany and the Soviet Union divided Eastern Europe into German and Soviet spheres of influence. They drew lines on maps and decided which territories belonged to which power. Poland was divided between the two powers, with Germany getting the western and central portions, and the Soviet Union getting the eastern portions. The Baltic states were assigned to Soviet influence, meaning the Soviet Union could dominate or annex them. Romania was assigned to German influence, meaning Germany could dominate it. Finland was assigned to Soviet influence. The two great ideological enemies had secretly agreed to divide Eastern Europe between them. The pact was signed on August 23, 1939, just days before Germany would invade Poland. It fundamentally changed the strategic situation in Europe. Germany had been worried about a two-front war, having to fight France and Britain in the west, while defending against the Soviet Union in the east. Such a two-front war would be nearly impossible to win, given Germany's resources. The Nazi-Soviet Pact removed that concern. Germany no longer had to worry about Soviet military intervention if it attacked Poland or France. The pact gave Germany a free hand to expand in Eastern Europe without fear of Soviet opposition from the East. The pact also resolved German concerns about scarce resources. Germany had been dependent on Soviet imports of grain and oil to sustain its economy and its war machine. The pact ensured that these imports would continue. Soviet grain and oil would keep German factories running. It allowed Germany to wage war without immediately running out of essential materials. The Western democracies watched in horror as their potential Soviet ally signed a pact with their greatest enemy. British and French protests were futile and ineffective. Stalin had made his choice. He calculated that the Nazi-Soviet Pact served Soviet interests. It bought time for Soviet rearmament and military preparation. It shifted German aggression toward the West and toward Poland, rather than toward the East, where the Soviet Union was located. It gave the Soviet Union control over the Baltic region and parts of Eastern Europe. Whether Stalin's calculations were correct or not, the result was clear to everyone. Germany was now free to attack Poland without fear of Soviet intervention. On September 1, 1939, German forces invaded Poland in the early morning hours. The invasion was conducted with a new style of warfare that the Germans called Blitzkrieg, or lightning war. This was warfare that emphasized speed surprise, and coordination of air and ground forces. German forces did not advance in the slow, grinding fashion of World War I, where armies moved slowly and battles lasted for months. They moved with unprecedented speed and coordination across Polish territory. The Luftwaffe, the German Air Force, attacked Polish airports in the opening moments of the invasion and destroyed much of the Polish Air Force on the ground before the planes could even take off. German tanks and motorized infantry advanced rapidly across Polish plains, breaking through Polish defensive lines that were unprepared for such rapid movement. German artillery coordinated with air power to devastate Polish positions and prevent the Polish military from organizing an effective defense. Polish forces, though they fought bravely and showed considerable courage, could not withstand the German onslaught. Their equipment was outdated. Their tactics were designed for World War I-style static warfare, not for the rapid mobile warfare that Germany was conducting. Within days, Polish military resistance was crumbling. The Polish government fled the country. Within weeks, the campaign was essentially over. Poland was defeated and occupied. German forces advanced from the west toward the east, while Soviet forces advanced from the east toward the west, and Poland was divided between them according to the secret protocols of the Nazi-Soviet pact that both powers had signed. The fall of Poland was swift and complete. The invasion of Poland triggered the response that appeasement had failed to prevent. Britain and France declared war on Germany on September 3, 1939. 2 days after the invasion began, they declared war to defend Polish independence and to stop German aggression. World War II in Europe had begun. The Third Reich had begun its territorial expansion by force. The war that so many had hoped to prevent through negotiation and appeasement had come anyway. The phase of diplomatic maneuvering and political pressure was over. The phase of military conquest and total war had begun. By the fall of 1939, Nazi Germany had been transformed into a state completely prepared for total war. The entire German economy was devoted to military production. Every factory, every workshop, every resource was dedicated to producing weapons, ammunition, vehicles, and equipment for war. Every institution in society had been coordinated to serve Nazi purposes. The government, the military, the party structures, the schools, the universities, the churches, every organization that existed was subordinate to Nazi control and Nazi goals. The German military had been rebuilt from nothing into a powerful force capable of defeating any European opponent. In less than a decade, Germany had gone from a militarily weak nation, limited to 100,000 troops, to a military power with millions of soldiers and the most advanced weapons in the world. The German people had been indoctrinated and organized into Nazi structures from the moment of birth. Children went through the Hitler Youth. Adults were organized into party structures and professional organizations. Every person's place in society was defined by the Nazi system. The apparatus of totalitarian control was comprehensive and complete. The Gestapo and the SS maintained an iron grip on the population, ready to crush any hint of opposition or dissent. The propaganda machine controlled all information and shaped consciousness. Every newspaper, every radio broadcast, every film, every book was controlled. Alternative sources of information had been eliminated. The military was ready to fight. Millions of soldiers had been trained and equipped. Tanks, aircraft, artillery, and all the weapons of modern warfare had been produced in vast quantities. The economy was ready to support war. The entire economy had been mobilized and directed toward military purposes. The people were ready to obey order, is without question. They had been taught to obey, to follow the Führer, to believe in Nazi ideology. Everything was subordinated to the will of the Führer. Adolf Hitler had become the absolute ruler. His will was law. His decisions were obeyed without question. Everything served the purposes of the Nazi state. Every person, every institution, every resource was the property of the state and of the Führer. By September 1939, the rise of Nazi Germany was complete. The transformation from a democratic republic torn by economic crisis and political division into a totalitarian military dictatorship was finished. The Weimar Republic, with all its weaknesses and failures, with all its political dysfunction and economic collapse, was replaced by the Third Reich, with all its terrible power and ambition and destructive potential. The regime that had begun as a radical political party with less than 3% of the vote in 1928 had become the absolute ruler of Germany. The man who had been imprisoned for treason a decade and a half earlier, who had been laughed at and dismissed as a crackpot, now commanded the most powerful military machine in Europe. The ideology that had seemed marginal and extreme and impossible had become state policy. The persecution that had seemed like the prejudice of a radical fringe had become the law of the land and the policy of the state. The totalitarian state that had seemed impossible in a modern industrial nation had become reality. And now, having consolidated total power at home, the Nazi state was ready to expand that power across Europe. 3. DAF, military conquest. The nightmare that had been feared by Democrats and by those who believed in freedom and human rights had arrived. The war that so many had hoped to avoid through negotiation and appeasement had begun, and it would reshape the world for generations to come, bringing death and destruction on a scale never before seen. In the second part of this episode, we focus on the fall of Nazi Germany. By 1942, Nazi Germany stood at the height of its power, a seemingly invincible military force that had conquered much of continental Europe and was engaged in one of the largest conflicts in human history. Yet this very moment of apparent triumph contained the seeds of inevitable defeat, though few could see it at the time. The German Reich controlled vast territories from the Atlantic coast to deep inside the Soviet Union, territories that had been conquered through military victories that had astonished observers and seemed to vindicate the ideology and the claims of German racial superiority that the Nazi regime had been preaching for years. The cost of maintaining such dominion, however, was becoming increasingly apparent as the third year of total war dragged on and the strain began to show. The infrastructure of Nazi Germany, the economy that fueled its military machine, the population that endured the constant demands of warfare, all of these were beginning to strain under pressures that no amount of ideological fervor could alleviate. What had seemed like a war that would be won in months or a few years was transforming into something far more terrible and protracted, a grinding struggle that showed every sign of continuing indefinitely. The strategy that had worked so brilliantly in 1940 and 1941, the blitzkrieg approach of rapid conquest and overwhelming force that depended on achieving swift victory before the enemy could mobilize, was becoming increasingly unrealistic as Germany found itself locked in prolonged struggles on multiple fronts simultaneously. By mid-1942, it was becoming clear to German military planners and strategists, if not to Hitler himself, that the war could no longer be won, that the best that could be hoped for was perhaps some kind of negotiated peace that would allow Germany to retain the conquests it had made. The window of opportunity was closing, and it would never open again, though hardly anyone at the time understood the implications of this fact. By 1942, Nazi Germany had achieved something that seemed almost impossible. Just a few years earlier, the creation of a continental empire that stretched from Scandinavia to North Africa and from the French Atlantic coast deep into the Soviet Union. The German military had proven itself to be one of the most formidable fighting forces in the world, demonstrating innovations in combined arms warfare and tactical coordination that many of Germany's enemies could only admire from a distance. The Wehrmacht had grown to an enormous size, with millions of soldiers serving in various theaters, from the brutal campaigns in Eastern Europe to the sweeping offensives across North Africa. German industrial capacity, though impressive by the standards of any other nation, had been fully mobilized for war production. Weapons, ammunition, vehicles, and all manner of military equipment poured from German factories in quantities that seemed inexhaustible. The organization of the Nazi state, despite its essential inefficiency and corruption, had achieved something that unified the entire nation behind the war effort. Cities, villages, farms, and factories all served the demands of the military. Young men were conscripted into the armed forces by the millions. Women were directed into war industries or agricultural work. Every aspect of civilian life was subordinated to the requirements of warfare. The German people had been subjected to years of Nazi propaganda that promised ultimate victory, that portrayed Germany as destined to rule Europe, that depicted the war as a necessary struggle for the survival and dominion of the German race. For many Germans, the idea of defeat seemed almost inconceivable given the apparent strength of their military and the size of the territories Germany now controlled. Yet, even at this moment of apparent dominance, fundamental problems were becoming apparent to anyone willing to see them. The Nazi strategy for the war had always been based on a crucial assumption that conflicts could be resolved quickly through overwhelming force and rapid conquest. This approach, the Blitzkrieg strategy, had worked in Poland in 1939, in France and the Low Countries in 1940, and in the initial phases of the invasion of the Soviet Union in 1941, but Blitzkrieg depended on achieving complete victory before the enemy could mobilize its full resources and before Germany's own economic capacity was exhausted. Germany's economy simply could not sustain a prolonged war of attrition. The nation lacked sufficient reserves of certain crucial raw materials, particularly oil, which was essential for military operations but difficult to obtain in adequate quantities. The German industrial base, while formidable, was not large enough to equip and maintain the vast armies that were needed to fight multiple enemies simultaneously. The productive capacity that had seemed so impressive in 1941 was proving insufficient to meet the demands of a multi-front conflict. German generals understood this constraint. They knew that the longer the war continued, the more Germany's position would deteriorate relative to its enemies. This is why so many military leaders had advocated for seeking peace with Britain after the fall of France in 1940. They recognized, however dimly, that Germany could not win a war against the combined resources of Britain, the Soviet Union, and eventually the United States. Hitler, however, refused to accept these realities. The Führer believed that German racial superiority would overcome all material obstacles, that willpower and ideological commitment could triumph over mere industrial capacity and manpower reserves. Hitler had surrounded himself with military and political advisors who either agreed with this worldview or who had learned that contradicting the Führer carried severe consequences. Alternative viewpoints were suppressed. Dissenting voices were marginalized or silenced. The Nazi state, having crushed all domestic opposition and having established totalitarian control over German society, now suffered from the pathologies of autocracy. No one could tell Hitler what he did not wish to hear. Decisions were made based on ideology rather than military necessity. Resources were allocated not according to rational strategic priorities but according to the whims of various Nazi leaders and their competing fiefdoms within the regime. The result was a war effort that, despite its initial successes, was becoming increasingly dysfunctional and incapable of adapting to changing circumstances. By 1942, German military planners were already grappling with the knowledge that the invasion of the Soviet Union, which had begun with such spectacular initial successes in June 1941, had failed to achieve its fundamental objective of destroying the Red Army and forcing Soviet surrender. The Nazis had expected to defeat the Soviets within months, probably before winter set in, based on their belief that the Soviet state was inefficient and that Soviet soldiers lacked the courage and discipline to resist German forces. Instead, the Red Army had recovered from its initial devastating defeats, had stabilized a new defensive line after being pushed back hundreds of miles, and had launched counter-offensives that pushed German forces backward. The winter of 1941 to 1942 had been catastrophic for German troops, many of whom lacked adequate clothing for the brutal Russian climate, leading to widespread cases of frostbite, frozen limbs, and death from exposure. The myth of German military invincibility had already been damaged by the failure to take Moscow in the winter of 1941, when German forces had come within sight of the city, but had been unable to mount a final assault. The failure of blitzkrieg against the Soviet Union was the first major turning point in the war, though this was not immediately evident to many observers at the time, particularly to Hitler and his closest advisors, who remained convinced that the eventual German victory was inevitable. The Soviet Union possessed resources and manpower that seemed virtually unlimited from the German perspective, a reality that became increasingly apparent as the war continued. The Soviets had managed to relocate much of their industrial capacity to the east, beyond the range of German air attacks, and had begun producing weapons and equipment at rates that steadily increased as the war continued. Aided by American Lend-Lease supplies, Soviet soldiers, fighting on their home territory and defending their homeland, had an extra incentive to resist that conscripts from other nations serving in the German armies often lacked. The overextension of German forces in Russia became increasingly evident as 1942 progressed, and German advance slowed and then halted. The Wehrmacht was stretched across an enormous front, from the Arctic in the north to the Caucasus in the south, covering thousands of miles of territory that had to be held against constant Soviet counterattacks and limited German reserves. The supply lines connecting German forces to their bases far behind the front grew longer and longer, making it increasingly difficult to keep forward units supplied with food, ammunition, and fuel. The long summers on the Russian steppes turned into brutal winters that German soldiers, despite their reputation for being well-trained and disciplined, struggled to endure with inadequate equipment and insufficient supplies. German commanders in the east began to warn that the situation was becoming untenable, that the demands of the Russian campaign were consuming resources faster than Germany could replace them, that sooner or later Germany would have to either achieve a decisive breakthrough or begin retreating westward. Yet Hitler, having committed so much to the Russian campaign and having staked so much of his ideology on the conquest of Soviet territory, was unwilling to accept the possibility of failure. Instead, he ordered further offensives, further pushes eastward, further attempts to break Soviet resistance and achieve the destruction of the Red Army that had eluded him for nearly a year. In North Africa, German and Italian forces under the command of General Erwin Rommel had been conducting a campaign against British forces that had captured the attention of the German public and had made Rommel into a celebrated figure, the so-called Desert Fox. For a time it seemed that Rommel might break through the British defences and drive into Egypt, threatening the Suez Canal and potentially linking up with German forces advancing through the Caucasus into the Middle East. But by mid-1942, the tide in North Africa was beginning to turn. The British were receiving increasing quantities of equipment and reinforcements from the United States. American industrial capacity was beginning to be mobilized for the war effort, and the quantities of weapons and equipment being produced across the Atlantic were already beginning to overwhelm German expectations. Rommel's advances were grinding to a halt as supply problems mounted. The distances across the North African desert were enormous, and maintaining supply lines became increasingly difficult. German forces were being stretched thin. The balance of forces was shifting against the Axis powers, though this shift was not yet obvious to all observers. The Luftwaffe was losing air superiority over the desert as American and British fighter aircraft became more numerous and more advanced. German anti-tank defences, which had been effective against earlier British tanks, were becoming less effective as the British introduced new and more heavily armoured vehicles. Rommel himself, despite his formidable tactical skills, was becoming increasingly frustrated by the constraints of his situation. German supply vessels attempting to transport supplies across the Mediterranean to North Africa were being sunk in increasing numbers by British naval and air forces. German forward positions in the desert were being starved of supplies. The logistical impossibility of sustaining the campaign in North Africa while simultaneously fighting in Russia and maintaining forces throughout occupied Europe was becoming increasingly apparent. In the Atlantic, the German submarine campaign, which Hitler had hoped would strangle Britain into submission by sinking merchant ships and preventing American supplies from reaching Britain, was also beginning to turn against Germany. For several years, German U-boats had inflicted serious losses on Allied shipping, and there had been times when it seemed that Britain might indeed be forced to surrender due to lack of supplies. But the Allies were developing new tactics and new technologies for defending merchant convoys. Radar was improving. Escort vessels were becoming more effective. Depth charges and other anti-submarine weapons were becoming more sophisticated. By late 1942, the losses being inflicted on German submarines were rising, while the tonnage of merchant shipping sunk was beginning to decline. The U-boat campaign, which had seemed like it might win the war for Germany, was instead becoming a drain on German resources, with diminishing returns in terms of damage inflicted on the enemy. German submarines, which could be built in substantial numbers, required trained crews, and trained crews were becoming increasingly difficult to produce as losses mounted. The morale of submarine crews declined as they watched the losses in their service increase and the effectiveness of their operations decrease. The strategic benefit of the submarine campaign had been based on the hope that Britain could be forced to surrender, or that American industrial capacity could be prevented from reaching European battlefields. Neither of these objectives was being achieved by late 1942. Instead, the submarine campaign was consuming resources, particularly skilled workers and strategic materials, that were desperately needed for other aspects of the German war effort. In the air, the Luftwaffe was beginning to lose the technological and numerical superiority that had served it so well in earlier campaigns. The RAF had recovered from the devastation of 1940 and 1941. American aircraft production was ramping up. New fighter aircraft with better performance characteristics than anything Germany had produced were beginning to appear in the skies over Europe. German fighter pilots, many of them combat veterans from years of fighting, were being slowly worn down by attrition. The Luftwaffe was losing experienced pilots faster than it could replace them, a problem that would only get worse as the war continued. German aircraft production, though substantial, could not keep pace with losses. Young German pilot trainees were not receiving the same rigorous and least lengthy training that German pilots of earlier years had received. The result was that the Luftwaffe was gradually being filled with pilots who, however brave and committed, were significantly less skilled and experienced than the older generation that they were replacing. The air superiority that Germany had enjoyed over much of Europe in earlier years was beginning to slip away. German fighters were being drawn into defensive operations aimed at protecting German territory from increasingly frequent Allied bombing raids. These defensive operations consumed fuel and aircraft that might otherwise have been available for supporting ground operations. The Luftwaffe, which had once been an instrument of German victory, was becoming increasingly a tool for defending German territory against wide air superiority. The city of Stalingrad, located on the Volga River in southern Russia, became the focus of one of the bloodiest campaigns in human history. German forces, having advanced deep into southern Russia, reached the outskirts of the city in late August 1942. What followed was months of bitter street-by-street fighting in an urban environment where the advantages that German armies had exploited so effectively in open country proved largely useless. In Stalingrad, building had to be captured one at a time. Tank tactics became irrelevant. The vast spaces that had allowed for maneuver and the employment of combined arms were replaced by tight alleys and rubble-strewn streets where soldiers fought with rifles, grenades, and bayonets. The Soviet defense of Stalingrad was fierce and determined. Soviet commanders, aware that the loss of the city would be both strategically catastrophic and symbolically devastating, threw everything they had into its defense. Soviet soldiers, fighting in their own country and often fighting in defense of their own homes, resisted with a tenacity that German soldiers, many of them conscripts far from home, could not always match. The Germans succeeded in capturing most of Stalingrad, but they could not dislodge Soviet forces from the western bank of the Volga River. Soviet reinforcements continued to arrive and bolster the defending forces. The city, which had been bombed into rubble before the ground fighting began, became a nightmare landscape where visibility was limited to meters and where combat was reduced to its most primitive and brutal form. As weeks turned into months, German forces in Stalingrad found themselves increasingly isolated. Soviet armies, having recovered from the initial shock of the German offensive, began preparing a massive counteroffensive aimed at encircling and destroying the German forces besieging the city. German commanders on the spot, aware of the danger, began to warn that the Soviet encirclement was about to close and that German forces needed to break out or be destroyed. Hitler refused to allow a retreat. The Sixth Army would hold Stalingrad, he ordered, regardless of the cost. In November 1942, the Soviet counteroffensive began. Soviet armies crashed through the overstretched German defensive lines north and south of Stalingrad. Within days, the Germans found themselves in a catastrophic situation. The Sixth Army, one of the largest and most prestigious units in the Wehrmacht, commanded by General Friedrich Paulus, found itself surrounded. Approximately 300,000 German and Allied soldiers were trapped inside the Soviet encirclement, with limited supplies and no realistic prospect of breaking out. Hitler ordered the Sixth Army to hold its position, refusing to allow a retreat. German generals on the spot, aware that the situation was hopeless, pleaded for permission to break out before the encirclement was completed. Their pleas were denied. Hitler insisted that Stalingrad would be held, that German armies would break the Soviet encirclement and relieve the trapped forces. Neither of these things happened. Through the winter of 1942 and early 1943, the Sixth Army slowly starved inside the Soviet encirclement. German aircraft attempted to supply the trapped soldiers by air, but the quantities being delivered were inadequate, and German aircraft losses to Soviet fighters and anti-aircraft fire were heavy. The cold was brutal. Food was scarce. Medicine was non-existent for many of the wounded. Morale collapsed as soldiers began to understand that they would never escape, that they would either freeze or starve to death, or that they would be captured by the Soviets when their ammunition ran out. By the end of January 1943, after months of fighting in the destroyed city and weeks of encirclement, the survivors of the Sixth Army surrendered. Of the approximately 300,000 soldiers who had been surrounded, fewer than 100,000 were alive to be taken prisoner by the Soviets. The rest were dead, killed in combat, dead from exposure, or dead from starvation and disease. The surrender at Stalingrad was not just a military defeat. It was a symbol of the limits of German military power. German soldiers who had been told repeatedly that they were invincible, that they were members of a master race destined to rule Europe, had been defeated by Soviets who had been portrayed in Nazi propaganda as racially inferior and incapable of serious military resistance. The myth of German military invincibility was shattered. The German public, which had been fed a diet of propaganda about German victories and German superiority, learned that huge German armies had been destroyed in Russia. The loss of the Sixth Army could not be hidden. The implications were clear to anyone who was willing to see them. Germany could be defeated. German soldiers could be killed or captured in mass. The war could be lost. The defeat at Stalingrad had catastrophic effects that rippled across the entire German war effort. In North Africa, German and Italian forces that had been hoping to break through and achieve further conquests found themselves increasingly pressed backward. The British Eighth Army, reinforced with American equipment and fresh divisions, launched offensives that pushed Axis forces back across the desert. By the end of 1942 and the beginning of 1943, German forces in North Africa were in retreat. What had seemed like a campaign that might lead to German conquest of the Suez Canal and possibly penetration into the Middle East and beyond was instead ending in defeat and withdrawal. German and Italian units that had been fighting in North Africa for years were being pushed back, losing ground, steadily suffering increasing losses, and facing the prospect of being driven entirely out of the African continent. The Axis position in North Africa, which had seemed so formidable at the height of the summer offensive, was collapsing. German and Italian forces found themselves compressed into smaller and smaller areas of North Africa, their supply lines increasingly stretched and vulnerable. The momentum of the campaign had shifted entirely to the Allies. German forces were being forced to fight defensive battles instead of conducting the offensives that had characterized the earlier years of the war. The loss of North Africa would not only deprive Germany of a vast theater in which to conduct operations, but would also bring the war closer to Europe itself. The Allies, having secured North Africa, would be in a position to threaten southern Europe. And in fact, plans were already being made for an invasion of Sicily and possibly the Italian mainland. The disaster in North Africa was the direct consequence of Germany's inability to sustain major operations in multiple theaters. German resources were stretched too thin. The campaign in Russia was consuming the bulk of German military effort. German air and naval forces were being pulled back from the Mediterranean to defend the homeland against increasingly intense Allied bombing. German ground forces were being pulled out of North Africa to be sent to Russia. The result was that no theater was receiving enough resources to achieve decisive success. Instead, Germany was losing ground everywhere, being pushed backward on every front and finding itself increasingly on the defensive. Rommel, the celebrated general who had become the symbol of German military prowess in North Africa, found himself in an increasingly desperate situation. The Desert Fox, as he was known, faced the daunting reality that his supply lines were being steadily cut off. His replacements were inadequate, and his opponent, British General Bernard Montgomery, was proving to be a capable and determined commander who had learned from earlier encounters with German forces. Rommel's own reports to German High Command made clear the impossible nature of his situation. He was being asked to conduct offensive operations with inadequate supplies and insufficient forces. German trucks, tanks, and personnel carriers were being destroyed faster than they could be replaced. German ammunition supplies were being depleted. German fuel reserves were dangerously low. The distances across North Africa, which had seemed manageable when German forces were advancing, became nightmarish when those forces were forced to retreat. Supply convoys traveling across hundreds of miles of desert were vulnerable to enemy air attack. German convoy ships attempting to bring supplies across the Mediterranean were being sunk by British naval and air forces. The German Air Force, which might have provided protection for these convoys, was increasingly tied up in defensive operations against British and American air forces. By the time Stalingrad had fallen and winter was turning to spring in 1943, Rommel was facing the reality that the campaign in North Africa was lost. His forces were in retreat. The possibility of achieving any kind of victory in the Mediterranean theater was evaporating. The resources that had been invested in the North African campaign, the lives that had been lost, the effort that had been expended, none of it had resulted in the German domination of North Africa that Hitler had hoped for at the height of the summer offensive. By May 1943, German and Italian forces in North Africa had been pushed back into a small pocket in the Tunisian peninsula. German generals, recognizing that further resistance was futile, attempted to organize withdrawals across the Mediterranean back to Sicily or Italy, but the Allies, having established air and naval superiority, interdicted many of these evacuation attempts. German transport aircraft and ships attempting to carry troops back to Europe were shot down or sunk. German forces in North Africa, finding themselves cut off with no possibility of relief or evacuation, faced the choice between surrender or death in combat. By the end of May 1943, the last German and Italian forces in North Africa surrendered. The campaign that had lasted for nearly 3 years, that had consumed enormous resources, that had seemed at times to offer the prospect of German conquest of the entire Mediterranean basin, had ended in complete defeat. Hundreds of thousands of German and Italian soldiers had died or been captured in North Africa. The vast quantities of equipment, vehicles, weapons and ammunition that had been invested in the campaign were lost. The defeat in North Africa meant that German forces could no longer project power into the Mediterranean. The Allies, having eliminated Axis forces from North Africa, could now plan offensive operations aimed at invading Europe itself. The catastrophe that was unfolding for Nazi Germany in 1942 and 1943 was the direct result of the strategic errors that had been made in the earlier years of the war. The decision to invade the Soviet Union, made without having defeated Britain, meant that Germany was now fighting a two-front war, precisely as military strategists had warned would be unsustainable. The refusal to adequately mobilize German civilian production for war, the corruption and inefficiency that plagued German military procurement, the waste and duplications that characterized German weapons development, all of these factors meant that German industry, for all its apparent prowess, was producing insufficient quantities of weapons and equipment to sustain the war effort. German casualties were mounting at alarming rates. The losses at Stalingrad had cost the German army hundreds of thousands of men. The retreat in Russia was costing thousands more. The fighting in North Africa had killed or wounded hundreds of thousands of German and Italian soldiers. The German manpower pool, which had seemed so vast in 1941, was being depleted at rates that Germany could not sustain. Older men were being conscripted. Younger boys were being subjected to military training. Foreign volunteers, conscripted from conquered territories, were being forced into German military service. None of these substitutes proved to be as effective as the experienced soldiers that Germany was losing in ever-increasing numbers. The Soviet counteroffensive after the failure of Operation Citadel in July 1943 represented the beginning of the long Soviet march westward that would eventually take Soviet forces all the way to Berlin and into the heart of Germany itself, bringing devastation and defeat to the Nazi regime. German forces, pushed backward from one defensive line to the next, found themselves in a constant retreat across the vast expanses of southern Russia and Eastern Europe, losing territory that they had conquered with such ease just 2 years earlier. Soviet offensives, increasingly well coordinated and equipped with ever larger quantities of weapons, armor, and artillery, provided through the American Lend-Lease program and by Soviet industrial production, wore down German resistance with methodical and relentless pressure. German armies that had conquered vast territories in 1941 and 1942 were being slowly pushed backward, losing ground, losing soldiers, losing equipment, and losing the confidence that had sustained them through the early years of the Russian campaign. Soviet forces advanced from the Volga River toward the Dnieper River, one of the great geographic features of Eastern Europe, crossing that major river obstacle in 1943 and establishing themselves on the western bank, from which they could continue their westward advance toward Germany and Poland. German forces attempting to hold defensive lines along rivers and geographic obstacles found themselves outmaneuvered and overwhelmed by Soviet numerical superiority. German commanders attempted to fight holding actions, to slash out the Soviet advance to prevent the complete collapse of the German front in the east. But these efforts met with only limited success. German counterattacks aimed at containing Soviet penetrations into German-held territory or pushing back Soviet advances became increasingly desperate and increasingly futile as German reserves were exhausted and fresh Soviet reserves continued to arrive. The Eastern Front, which had consumed the bulk of German military effort and which had seemed to offer the prospect of German victory over the Soviet Union in 1941, had by 1943 become a grinding attritional struggle in which Germany was losing ground and losing strength with each passing week and each passing month. By the end of 1943, Soviet forces were approaching the pre-war German frontier. The border between Poland and Germany that had existed before the Nazi invasion of 1939. The prospect of Soviet forces entering German territory itself, of bringing the war into Germany itself, was becoming a reality rather than a distant possibility or a nightmare scenario. German civilians, who had been told for years by Nazi propaganda that German armies were invincible, that they were fighting for the survival of German civilization, and that German territory would never be threatened by enemy forces, began to confront the terrifying reality that the war was being brought to them, that Soviet forces would soon be standing on German soil. It was in response to this growing dread that Nazi Germany attempted one final mobilization of its entire society, a last-ditch effort to transform the home front into a weapon capable of sustaining the endless demands of total war. What had begun in 1939 as a controlled militarization of the German economy and society now became something far more desperate and far more complete. By 1943 and into 1944, Nazi authorities realized that earlier efforts at mobilization had been insufficient, that the German people had not been pushed to their absolute limits, that there remained reserves of productive capacity and manpower that had not yet been fully exploited. The Nazi regime having established totalitarian control over German society years earlier, now moved to tighten that control even further, to extract every last bit of labor and resources from a population that was increasingly exhausted by years of warfare, bombing, and privation. Women who had been working in factories were compelled to work longer hours and more dangerous shifts. Men too old for military service were conscripted into the Volkssturm, the People's Militia, a last resort force composed of elderly men and teenage boys with minimal training and inadequate equipment. Young boys as young as 14 or 15 were pressed into military service as the manpower shortage became increasingly desperate and acute. The Hitler Youth, which had been indoctrinating German children in Nazi ideology since they were small children, now became a source of cannon fodder for the dying regime, sent to defend collapsing positions against overwhelming enemy forces. German civilians on the home front, who had endured years of Allied bombing that had destroyed their cities and killed their neighbors and family members, were now told that their sacrifice was becoming even more critical, that the entire future of the German nation depended on their willingness to surrender everything to the demands of the state. Rationing became even more severe than it had been in earlier years. Food, which had never been abundant, became scarcer still. Fuel became almost impossible to obtain for civilian use, though the military had first claim on what little remained. Luxury goods, which had been severely restricted for years, virtually disappeared entirely from civilian life. The comfortable middle-class existence that some Germans had enjoyed in the early years of the war was replaced by a grim struggle for survival, for adequate food for their families, for shelter in undestroyed homes, for anything that might ease the hardships of everyday life under the relentless pressure of total war. The German people, who had been told for years that German military power was invincible and that German racial superiority guaranteed ultimate victory in the struggle for Europe, were now being asked to believe that sacrifice and suffering could still somehow turn the tide, that willpower and determination could overcome the overwhelming material superiority that the Allied forces had accumulated during years of industrial production. The machinery of the Nazi state, even as Germany's military situation deteriorated catastrophically, continued to function as an instrument of control and coercion, ensuring that the German people remained subjugated and fearful. The Gestapo continued to arrest and imprison those who expressed defeatist thoughts or who questioned the regime's promises of ultimate victory. The SS continued to carry out atrocities against prisoners, Jews, and anyone deemed an enemy of the Reich. The propaganda machine continued to function, churning out films and radio broadcasts that insisted on German victory, even as German cities burned around the listeners and viewers, creating a surreal disconnect between the propaganda message and the lived reality of destruction and death. The Nazi Party hierarchy, even as they recognized privately that Germany could not win the war, that defeat was inevitable, that German military strength was being ground down by superior enemy forces, continued to project an image of resolute determination and absolute confidence to the German people. Hitler, isolated in his headquarters far from the realities of the battlefield and far from the sight of destroyed cities of Germany, continued to issue orders that bore no relationship to military reality or military possibility. Generals who dared to suggest that the situation was hopeless or that strategic retreat might preserve German strength were dismissed or punished. Officers who attempted to plan for withdrawal or tactical retreat were overruled by the Führer, who insisted that every inch of territory be held at any cost, even if that cost was the complete destruction of German military forces. The result was that German military forces, which might have conducted fighting retreats and preserved at least some of their strength and their capacity to resist, were instead forced into suicidal defensive stands that resulted in the destruction of entire armies, the death or capture of hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and the loss of vast quantities of equipment and material that Germany could not replace. One final mobilization effort, the desperate attempt to create new wonder weapons, new secret weapons that would somehow turn the tide of the war, consumed enormous resources and produced nothing of military consequence. The V-1 and V-2 rockets, which Hitler believed would rain destruction on London and destroy British industrial capacity and break British will to continue fighting, were produced in limited numbers and had minimal strategic impact on the course of the war. German jet aircraft, which were superior to anything the Allies produced, and which represented genuine technological achievements, were built in such small numbers that they could not influence the course of the war or provide effective defense against Allied bombing. German submarines, which had been feared earlier in the war for their ability to sink Allied merchant ships and warships, were now being sunk faster than they could be replaced by enemy forces that had developed superior anti-submarine techniques and weapons. German tanks, which were sometimes superior in individual quality to Allied tanks, possessing better armor and more powerful guns, were produced in numbers so small relative to Allied tank production that the difference was strategically meaningless. German factories, working at maximum capacity under constant bombing from Allied air forces, could not produce weapons fast enough to replace the losses being inflicted on German forces at the front and in defending German territory against bombing. The fundamental problem remained unchanged from 1942 onward and seemed to worsen with each passing month. Germany was fighting a war of attrition against enemies with vastly greater productive capacity, greater manpower reserves, and greater access to raw materials and fuel. No amount of sacrifice from the German people, no amount of coercion by the Nazi state, no amount of new wonder weapons could overcome that fundamental and seemingly insurmountable imbalance. The strategic bombing campaign launched by British and American air forces had, by 1943 and 1944, become one of the most significant factors in Germany's defeat, though not in the way that Allied planners had initially hoped when the campaign began years earlier. The bombing campaign had been designed to destroy German industrial capacity, to prevent the production of weapons and equipment that sustained the German war effort, and to break the morale of the German civilian population and thereby force them to demand an end to the war. The first objective, the destruction of industrial capacity, was gradually achieving success, though more slowly than Allied planners had hoped, and despite German efforts to disperse factories and rebuild destroyed facilities. German factories were being destroyed. German factories were being destroyed, yet at accelerating rates, replaced, relocated, or rebuilt in an endless and exhausting cycle of destruction and reconstruction that consumed resources and labor needed elsewhere. German rail networks were being progressively destroyed by bombing raids, making it increasingly difficult to transport coal, iron ore, and other raw materials from mines to factories, and making it nearly impossible to move finished weapons to the front lines, where they were desperately needed. German oil refineries were being systematically destroyed by bombing raids, targeting the synthetic oil production facilities that Germany had created because the nation lacked access to natural oil sources in sufficient quantities. By the end of 1944, German access to fuel had become critically limited, leaving the Militär Reich with barely enough gasoline and diesel to operate vehicles and aircraft at minimum levels, forcing difficult strategic decisions about whether fuel should be used for tanks, ships, or aircraft. The second objective, breaking the morale of the civilian population through terror bombing, failed to achieve what the Allies had hoped and predicted. German civilians, subjected to years of bombing that had destroyed their cities and killed their family members and friends, did not rise up and demand that the Nazi regime seek peace with the Allies. Instead, the bombing campaign tended to strengthen Nazi control over the population because the Nazi regime, despite its failures and defeats, was the only institution capable of providing shelter, food, and basic survival needs to the bombed-out survivors of the air raids. The more the Allies bombed German cities, the more dependent German civilians became on the Nazi state for survival, and the more the Nazi state could use this dependence to compel continued support for the war effort and to prevent any serious resistance or defeatist sentiment. Hamburg firebombed in 1943 in a bombing raid that created a firestorm that killed tens of thousands of civilians, was gradually rebuilt, and people continued to work in the factories, driven by necessity and Nazi coercion. Cologne, heavily bombed throughout the war, was rebuilt and continued to produce war materials, even as rubble and destruction surrounded the factories. Berlin, subjected to repeated and devastating bombing raids throughout 1943 and 1944, continued to function as the seat of government and the center of Nazi power, even as the city was increasingly reduced to rubble. However, the bombing campaign's third and most significant impact, the destruction of Germany's ability to produce weapons and equipment and to fuel its military machine, was becoming increasingly effective and increasingly devastating as the war entered its final year. German aircraft production, though technically substantial in terms of the number of planes built, could not keep pace with the losses of planes being shot down by Allied fighters and anti-aircraft fire and destroyed on the ground during bombing raids. German engine production fell far behind production targets as factories were destroyed and as skilled workers were killed or injured in bombing raids. German synthetic oil production, which had been created before the war because Germany lacked access to natural oil sources in sufficient quantities to sustain a major war effort, was progressively destroyed by bombing raids, leaving the German military without adequate fuel to operate its tanks, ships, and aircraft at anything approaching required levels. German aluminum production, essential for aircraft manufacturing and production of other military equipment, declined sharply as factories were bombed and as bauxite supplies from Hungary became increasingly difficult to obtain due to Soviet advances into Eastern Europe. The Luftwaffe found itself in an increasingly desperate and unsustainable situation as the war continued into 1944 and 1945. Experienced pilots were being killed faster than they could be replaced or trained, creating a vicious cycle where less experienced pilots suffered higher casualty rate. It's because they lacked the skills and experience of older pilots. Younger, less trained pilots were being sent into combat against experienced Allied pilots, and were being shot down at appalling rates, sometimes achieving very few kills before being killed themselves. German fighter aircraft, needed desperately for defending German airspace against bombing raids and for protecting German territory, had to be pulled from other theaters where they might have been used to support ground operations on the Eastern Front or the Western Front. The strategic bombing campaign meant that Germany could not concentrate its air forces on supporting the massive military operations taking place on land, whether on the Eastern Front against the Soviet Union or on the Western Front against British and American forces, forcing German ground forces to operate without adequate air cover and air support. German air defense required thousands upon thousands of anti-aircraft guns that might otherwise have been used in the field against enemy tanks and troops, and the allocation of this crucial equipment to air defense meant that German armies lacked sufficient anti-tank firepower to effectively resist enemy armor. German radar and searchlight networks required thousands of soldiers and technical personnel that might otherwise have been available for ground combat, reducing the manpower available for military operations and for defense of German territory. The bombing campaign, by forcing Germany to divert enormous resources to air defense, meant that Germany's overall military capacity was progressively degraded and reduced as the war continued. By late 1944 and early 1945, German air defense was nearly entirely ineffective, having been worn down by years of constant effort and losses. German fighters simply lacked the numbers or the fuel to intercept bomber formations, and many bomber raids on German cities and industrial targets occurred in broad daylight without any fear of fighter opposition. Bombing raids on German cities occurred in broad daylight in massive formations, with bomber losses declining as German fighter opposition became nearly negligible. German civilian casualties, rather than breaking their morale and leading them to demand peace with the Allies, were instead used as evidence by the Nazi regime that they must fight to the end or face complete destruction at the hands of the enemy, which was presented as motivated purely by hatred and a desire for vengeance. By the end of 1944, it was apparent that the strategic bombing campaign, combined with the ground war on both the Eastern and Western fronts and the Soviet offensive in the East, had created a situation where Germany's military collapse was not a question of if, but only of when that collapse would occur. In July 1943, Nazi Germany launched Operation Citadel, also known as the Battle of Kursk, what would become the largest tank battle in human history and the last major German offensive operation on the Eastern Front. The Kursk salient, a large bulge in the German-Soviet front lines stretching for hundreds of kilometers, had been the focus of German strategic planning for months, with Hitler and his generals believing that eliminating it offered the final opportunity for a decisive German victory in the East. German military planners believed that if they could eliminate the Kursk salient, if they could encircle and destroy the Soviet forces in that sector through a classic pincer movement, then they might be able to stabilize the front and perhaps even launch new offensives to regain territory that had been lost in previous months of Soviet advances. The operation involved enormous quantities of men and material that Germany could barely assemble despite stripping forces from other sectors. Approximately 3 million troops, German and Allied forces from Hungary, Romania, and Italy, were committed to the operation, a massive concentration of military force intended to achieve a decisive breakthrough. Thousands of tanks and assault guns, including new German Panthers and Tigers with improved armor and firepower, were concentrated in preparation for the offensive. The Luftwaffe committed significant air forces to support the ground operation, throwing valuable fighter squadrons and bomber formations into the battle. The Soviets, having received intelligence warnings of the warming offensive through their spy networks, had months to prepare their defenses and to construct an impenetrable defensive barrier. Soviet forces dug elaborate defensive lines behind the Kursk salient, creating multiple lines of trenches and fortifications that stretched for miles in depth. Minefields were laid in dense concentrations, making the approaches to Soviet positions impassable for German armor without suffering enormous losses. Anti-tank guns were positioned to create killing zones for German tanks, with overlapping fields of fire that would destroy German armor attempting to advance. Additional Soviet armies were moved into the area to defend against the expected German assault and to prepare for Soviet counter-offensives that would strike at German flanks and rear. When the German offensive began in early July 1943, German forces immediately began to encounter fierce Soviet resistance that exceeded even the most pessimistic expectations of German commanders. German tanks that had been counted on to achieve rapid breakthroughs found themselves bogged down in defensive lines and being destroyed by anti-tank guns concealed in defensive positions. German infantry suffered appalling casualties assaulting heavily fortified Soviet positions that had been prepared months in advance and that were defended by motivated Soviet soldiers fighting for their homeland. German Luftwaffe squadrons engaged with Soviet fighters and found themselves unable to achieve air superiority or even local air superiority over the battlefield. Day after day, German forces made small advances, at great cost in men and material that Germany could not easily replace. The Soviet defenses held firm despite German assaults, despite German losses, despite the apparent skill of German soldiers. The German offensive, which was supposed to achieve a breakthrough and encircle Soviet forces, ground to a halt against determined Soviet resistance and carefully prepared defenses that had been constructed over months of preparation. Meanwhile, Soviet armies, having waited for the German offensive to exhaust itself against their prepared positions, launched devastating counteroffensives on both flanks of the Kursk salient. Soviet forces broke through German positions and began to encircle German armies that had committed themselves fully to the frontal assault and that now found their retreat threatened. German military commanders, recognizing that the situation was becoming catastrophic and that their forces might be trapped, requested permission to break off the offensive and conduct a fighting retreat to more defensible positions. Hitler, unwilling to accept the failure of his grand strategic plan, and still believing that somehow German willpower could overcome Soviet numerical superiority, initially refused to allow a retreat. By the time he finally allowed the offensive to be called off, German forces had suffered enormous losses that they could not replace. The Soviet counteroffensives achieved significant results, pushing German forces back and regaining territory that had been lost earlier, enlarging Soviet control of the Eastern Front. The failure at Kursk marked a fundamental shift in the balance of power on the Eastern Front, making clear to even the most optimistic German planners that German military defeat was inevitable. After Kursk, German forces would never again attempt a major offensive operation in the east. Instead, Germany would spend the remaining years of the war conducting fighting retreats, losing ground steadily, suffering losses that they could not replace, and watching the Soviets advance inexorably toward German territory and eventually toward Berlin itself. Kursk was the last throw of the dice for German strategy in the east, and the dice came up empty. After Kursk, there would be no more German offensives on the Eastern Front, no more hopes of achieving a negotiated settlement with the Soviet Union, no more possibilities of stabilizing the front and preserving German territory in the East. Instead, there would only be endless retreat, endless loss, and the growing certainty that Germany's military defeat was not just possible, but inevitable. It was not only on the Eastern Front that German military fortunes were deteriorating in 1943 and 1944, for Germany found itself pressed by enemies on every side. In the Mediterranean, German and Italian forces had already been defeated in North Africa and expelled from that continent, leaving the Allies free to threaten southern Europe directly. The next German concern was the defense of southern Europe itself, particularly Italy, which had become the new focus of Allied military attention in the summer of 1943. In the summer of 1943, Allied forces, having secured North Africa and achieved superiority in the Mediterranean, turned their attention towards Sicily, the large island lying between North Africa and mainland Italy, which was lightly defended by German and Italian forces. Operation Husky, the invasion of Sicily, began on July 10, 1943, with American and British forces landing on the southern coast of the island, in what was the largest amphibious invasion conducted up to that point in the war. German and Italian defenders of Sicily, though brave and determined and fighting to defend their homeland, found themselves confronted by Allied forces with superior numbers, superior equipment, air superiority, and effective command and control that allowed the Allies to execute complex operations successfully. Within weeks of the initial landings, German and Italian forces were being pushed back across Sicily towards the northern coast, losing ground steadily, suffering casualties they could not easily replace, and finding themselves in an increasingly hopeless situation. The Italian military, never entirely enthusiastic about fighting on the side of Nazi Germany, whose racial ideology had humiliated Italian culture and whose demands were constant, was becoming increasingly defeatist as the fighting continued, and Italian losses mounted. Reports from the Italian front lines told of declining morale among Italian troops, of Italian soldiers surrendering rather than fighting to the death as German soldiers were expected to do, of entire units becoming unreliable and difficult to command in the face of determined Allied pressure. German military commanders, aware of the weakness of their Italian allies and of the traditional lack of martial commitment that had characterized Italian forces, prepared contingency plans for what would happen if Italy switched sides or if Italian resistance collapsed entirely, allowing German forces to be surrounded or cut off from supplies. In early September 1943, even before the fighting in Sicily had ended with complete Allied victory, Allied forces crossed the narrow strait between Sicily and mainland Italy and began invading the Italian peninsula itself, landing in Calabria on the southern tip of the peninsula. The Italian government, recognizing the complete hopelessness of their situation, made secret negotiations with the Allies to arrange an armistice and to switch sides in the conflict, hoping to save Italian territory and Italian people from further destruction. When the armistice was announced on September 8, 1943, German forces in Italy moved quickly to disarm Italian units, to take control of Italian territory and military installations, and to prevent Italian forces from surrendering to the Allies or fighting alongside them against Germany. Some Italian units were rounded up and deported to Germany as prisoners, where they remained imprisoned for the remainder of the war. Others melted away as soldiers deserted and returned to their homes or hid in the countryside to avoid German capture. Still others fought against German forces in efforts to join the Allies and continue fighting against the Nazi regime that had dragged Italy into a disastrous war. The German military, having planned for this eventuality months in advance, had moved forces into Italy to prepare defensive positions and to ensure that German interests would be protected if the Italians switched sides. German armies established a strong defensive line across southern Italy and prepared to fight a methodical retreat northward, exacting as high a price as possible from the invading Allies, while preventing them from achieving rapid progress through the peninsula. The Italian campaign, which would last until the end of the war in May 1945, became a grinding struggle in which German forces, though outnumbered and with their supply lines constantly threatened by Allied air power, managed to conduct an orderly retreat and inflict significant casualties on the invading forces, making the Allies pay heavily for every mile of territory gained. The campaign, however, tied down German forces that might otherwise have been available for other operations, particularly on the Eastern Front, where German forces were desperately needed. German armies in Italy could have been sent to Russia to bolster the crumbling German forces on the Eastern Front and to help stem the rising tide of Soviet offensives. Instead, those armies were locked in combat against the Allies and were unable to contribute to the defense of the Eastern territories and German soil from the advancing Red Army. The Italian campaign represented a strategic diversion that Germany could not afford militarily, but one that German military planners could not prevent because the Allies had invaded the peninsula and German military pride and strategic commitments, as well as Hitler's insistence on holding every inch of territory, would not permit abandoning German-held territory. Germany found itself fighting in three major theaters simultaneously: in Italy against Anglo-American forces, on the Eastern Front against overwhelming Soviet forces, and defending German airspace against bombing. Germany found itself stretched thin, unable to achieve decisive success in any of them, losing strength and territory in all of them, a situation that only worsened as the war continued into 1944 and 1945. By 1944 and into 1945, the Soviet steamroller was in full motion, a massive military machine driven by enormous resources and the determination of a people fighting for their own survival and for their homeland. And it would not stop until Soviet forces stood in the heart of Berlin, in the heart of Nazi Germany itself. Soviet offensives had become progressively larger in scope, more sophisticated in execution, and more destructive in their results as Soviet military planning and execution improved with each passing operation. Soviet forces, equipped increasingly with new and improved tanks like the T-34, assault guns, and heavy artillery, attacked German positions in overwhelming numbers that German defenders simply could not match or overcome through skill or courage alone. Soviet General S., learning from years of costly combat against German forces and from their own initial mistakes and defeats, had developed increasingly sophisticated techniques for breaking through German defensive lines and for encircling and destroying German armies that found themselves isolated and cut off from supplies and retreat routes. Soviet engineers could build bridges and repair roads faster than German engineers could destroy them, ensuring that Soviet forces could maintain their advance across destroyed and devastated territory. Soviet supply lines, stretching hundreds and then thousands of miles from Soviet industrial centers to the front lines, somehow managed to bring sufficient supplies of ammunition, food, fuel, and equipment to keep Soviet armies operating at peak efficiency, despite the enormous distances involved. By the end of 1943 and into 1944, Soviet forces were advancing on a broad front toward Poland, toward Romania, toward the Baltic states, pushing German forces before them and liberating Soviet territory that had been conquered and occupied by Germans in earlier years, territory that had been brutally exploited and whose population had suffered tremendously under German occupation. German forces, no longer capable of conducting sustained offensive operations against the Soviets and possessing insufficient manpower and equipment to match Soviet strength, found themselves reduced to fighting holding actions, attempting to slow Soviet advances, attempting to preserve some semblance of a coherent front that might prevent complete encirclement and destruction. Bush eye-holding actions required defensive reserves that could be moved to critical sectors of the front, and German strategic reserves had been exhausted in futile efforts to stem the Soviet tide through desperate counterattacks that achieved nothing except the loss of more German soldiers and more equipment. German forces in the east began to fragment, to break apart under mounting Soviet pressure as defense lines collapsed and as Soviet forces pushed deeper into German-held territory. Entire German armies were surrounded and destroyed, trapped in pockets where they were slowly ground down by Soviet forces that could afford to lose soldiers in ways that Germany could not. German soldiers who had been told for years that they were invincible members of a master race, that they were fighting for the survival of German civilization against Bolshevik barbarism, found themselves prisoners of the Soviets in growing numbers, or found themselves retreating in confusion before overwhelming enemy forces that seemed to have limitless reserves of men and equipment. German morale, which had been sustained for years by belief in eventual victory and by the promises of Nazi propaganda, began to crack under the weight of continuous defeats, under the evidence that German promises of victory were lies, under the knowledge that German soldiers were dying without any possibility of German victory. The Soviet advance meant that ethnic Germans living in eastern Poland, in the Baltic states, in East Prussia, began to fear intensely for their safety and their very survival as Soviet forces approached. Soviet forces, advancing into territory that had been conquered by Germany, were bringing with them the fury of a people who had suffered enormously at German hands, whose families had been killed, whose homes had been destroyed, whose country had been devastated by German armies. Soviet soldiers, advancing into German territory, behaved with a brutality that reflected the horrors that Soviet people had endured during the German occupation and during the German invasion of their homeland. Hundreds of thousands of ethnic Germans, anticipating the arrival of Soviet forces and fearing retribution for German atrocities, began fleeing westward in panic, creating vast refugee columns that clogged the roads and hampered German military operations, making it difficult for German armies to move and to reposition forces. By the end of 1944, it was becoming clear that the Russian front, despite German resistance and German sacrifice, was crumbling. The German military defeat in the East was not a question of if, but only of when, that Soviet forces would eventually reach German territory and would bring the war directly into the homeland that Hitler had promised would be forever secure from enemy attack and German rule. The Atlantic War, the vast system of fortifications that Nazi Germany had constructed along the French coast, was intended to be an impregnable barrier against any Allied invasion attempt. German military planners, aware that Allied invasion was likely to come, had spent years and enormous resources constructing fortifications, installing barbed wire, laying mines, constructing bunkers and gun emplacements designed to break up any amphibious assault. Hitler had declared that the Atlantic War would defeat any invasion attempt, that German forces would throw the invaders back into the sea, that the war represented an unconquerable barrier against Allied attack. Yet the reality was far different from the propaganda. The Atlantic War was formidable, yes, but it was not impregnable. German forces assigned to defend it were not always of high quality, not always well trained, not always well motivated. German reserves that might have been available to reinforce the Atlantic War and to counterattack against invading forces were instead committed to the Eastern Front, where they were being steadily ground down by Soviet offensives. When the Allies invaded at Normandy, the Atlantic Wall's defenses, though they inflicted serious casualties on the invaders, could not stop the assault. Allied naval gunfire and air support proved to be more destructive than German planners had anticipated. Allied troops, though suffering heavy casualties, managed to establish a foothold. German counterattacks, despite being fierce and determined, failed to push the invaders back into the sea. Within days, hundreds of thousands of Allied troops were ashore in France, and the myth of the Atlantic Wall's invincibility, like so many other myths of German military superiority, had been shattered. By June of 1944, the Atlantic Wall had been proven a myth, a line drawn on maps that existed far more powerfully in Nazi propaganda than in actual defensive capability. The beaches of Normandy had been secured, the beachhead was expanding rapidly, and within weeks, German strategic options were collapsing under the weight of Allied reinforcements pouring across the Channel. The real purpose of D-Day, codenamed Operation Overlord and operated under the command of General Dwight Eisenhower, was not merely to land troops on French soil, but to establish a permanent and growing presence in Western Europe that would never be dislodged, never be thrown back into the sea, and would only expand until it reached Germany itself. This was not an operation planned hastily or executed carelessly, but that had consumed enormous resources, careful strategic planning, and months of intensive preparation by the combined military forces of the United States, the British Commonwealth, and the other Allied nations committed to the liberation of Europe from Nazi occupation. The planning for this operation had begun more than a year earlier, in the spring of 1943, when Allied leaders at conferences in Washington and Casablanca had committed themselves to opening a Western front against Nazi Germany within the next year. The assault would be launched across the English Channel from southern England against heavily fortified positions in Normandy, a region chosen because the Germans expected the invasion elsewhere, because the terrain was somewhat more favorable than other coastal areas, and because it allowed the Allies to build up strength before having to advance inland toward more heavily defended regions. The site selection itself had taken months of careful study, with planners examining maps, aerial photographs, and intelligence reports about German defensive preparations, considering the tidal conditions, the weather patterns, and the logistical requirements for supplying such an enormous force across the dangerous waters of the English Channel under constant threat of German naval and air attack. The beaches selected for the invasion were codenamed Utah, Omaha, Gold, Juno, and Sword, stretching across a 50-mile section of French coastline that had been chosen for its combination of military advantage and the relative weakness of German defenses in that particular location. Each beach had its own specific characteristics, its own defensive positions that had to be identified and reduced, and its own role to play in the overall invasion strategy that would allow the Allied forces to break out of the beachhead and advance inland into France. The Allies conducted an enormous deception campaign, codenamed Operation Bodyguard, designed to convince German military planners that the invasion would come elsewhere, perhaps at Pas-de-Calais, where the channel was narrowest and where German defenses were strongest. This deception campaign involved not just military misdirection, but also elaborate spy games, false radio transmissions, inflatable tanks and equipment placed in southern England to convince German reconnaissance aircraft that invasion forces were being assembled in the south, and countless other tricks and stratagems designed to keep German reserves away from Normandy and concentrated in the areas where the Allies had convinced them the invasion would actually occur. Months of preparation went into assembling the invasion force, which would eventually include nearly 2 million men, over 7,000 ships and landing craft, and thousands of aircraft ready to support the ground operations. The largest amphibious invasion in human history would be launched on June 6, 1944, though the operation was initially scheduled for June 5 before being delayed one day due to poor weather conditions. General Eisenhower made the final decision on June 5 to go forward with the invasion on June 6, recognizing that first, air delay would risk losing the window of favorable tide and moon conditions required for a successful amphibious assault. The first troops ashore were paratroopers dropped behind German lines in the darkness before dawn. More than 23,000 men from American and British airborne divisions landed by parachute and glider to disrupt German communications, seize key positions, and prepare the way for the amphibious assault that would follow. As the sun rose on June 6th, the largest naval bombardment in history preceded the assault landings, with battleships, cruisers, and destroyers firing thousands of rounds of artillery at German fortifications and positions along the coast, attempting to suppress German fire and knock out defensive positions before the troops came ashore. The assault troops packed into landing craft that pitched and heaved on the choppy waters of the English Channel approached the beaches under intense German small arms fire and artillery bombardment, many of them sick and exhausted before they even reached the shore. American forces landing at Omaha Beach encountered some of the heaviest resistance on any of the invasion beaches, suffering enormous casualties as they struggled off the landing craft and across the beach toward the sea walls and the German fortifications beyond. The beach at Omaha was dominated by high bluffs that gave German defenders excellent fields of fire, and the defensive positions had been heavily reinforced with barbed wire, anti-tank obstacles, and well-positioned machine gun emplacements that could sweep the beach with the fire. For hours on Omaha Beach, the outcome was in doubt, with wounded men and destroyed landing craft littering the shoreline, and German defenders holding firm in their fortified positions despite hours of bombardment that had failed to destroy the fortifications as thoroughly as Allied planners had hoped. The bombardment, supposed to suppress German fire and reduce the defensive positions, had often missed its targets or had not been sufficiently concentrated to destroy the carefully constructed fortifications and defensive positions that the Germans had been constructing for months. But American soldiers, showing extraordinary courage and determination, gradually pushed off the beach and into the defensive positions, overwhelming German defenders who had been demoralized by the bombardment and overwhelmed by the sheer weight of American numbers and firepower. Small unit leaders at Omaha, showing extraordinary initiative and leadership, managed to find routes through the defensive positions, managed to suppress German fire through aggressive use of grenades and small arms, and managed to get their men moving inland despite the enormous casualties that were being suffered. At Utah Beach, American forces experienced somewhat lighter resistance, allowing them to push inland more rapidly and to begin linking up with airborne units that had landed inland during the night. British and Canadian forces landing at Gold, Juno, and Sword beaches encountered fierce resistance, but managed to establish themselves on the beaches and begin advancing inland, though the fighting was intense and casualties were significant. Within hours of the initial landings, despite the fierce German resistance and the enormous casualties suffered by the assault troops, the Allies had established 5 separate beachheads along the Normandy coast, with over 130,000 troops ashore, enough to ensure that even if German counterattacks were launched immediately, the Allies had sufficient force to hold the beaches and continue reinforcing. By the end of the first day, nearly 160,000 troops were ashore in Normandy, bringing with them supplies, ammunition, medical personnel, and reinforcements that would keep the beachhead supplied and secured for the first critical weeks of the operation. Within a week, nearly 1 million men had been landed in Normandy, a low NG with huge quantities of supplies and equipment that allowed the Allies to begin breaking out of the beachhead and pushing inland toward the objectives that had been set for the invasion. The Allies had prepared for this invasion for over a year, had assembled the greatest amphibious assault force in history, and had succeeded in landing in occupied France despite fierce German resistance, establishing a permanent foothold that would only grow stronger as time passed and more troops and supplies were brought ashore. Yet, even as the Allies were establishing their foothold in Normandy, there existed within Germany a resistance to Hitler that was plotting his assassination. A movement of officers, intellectuals, clergy, and ordinary citizens who recognized that Germany was doomed to defeat and that Hitler's continued leadership could only prolong the suffering of the German people and destroy what remained of German civilization. The plot to kill Hitler had been developing for months, even years in some cases, among a loose network of conspirators who shared the belief that removing Hitler from power was the only way to end the war and prevent the complete destruction of Germany. These conspirators came from diverse backgrounds and represented different political views, ranging from conservatives who opposed the Nazi Party and its totalitarian rule to socialists and communists who opposed the war and what Germany had become under Nazi leadership. What united them was a sense that Germany was being led to total catastrophe by a madman who refused to acknowledge the reality of German military defeat and who continued to pursue destructive policies even as the nation crumbled around him. Colonel Claus von Stauffenberg, a severely wounded officer who had lost his left eye, his right hand, and 2 fingers on his left hand in combat on the Eastern Front, had become the central figure in the conspiracy, using his position on the general staff to gain access to Hitler's headquarters and to coordinate with other conspirators. Stauffenberg's wounds had given him a certain authority among the conspirators, a sense that he understood the reality of German military defeat through his own experience of combat, and his physical disabilities made his movements around headquarters less suspicious because people assumed his limitations made him less dangerous. The conspirators included generals who had commanded armies and watched them destroyed by Hitler's refusal to allow strategic retreats, diplomats who had been humiliated by Nazi racial policies and by the arrogance of the Nazi regime, and clergy who had been appalled by the persecution of Jews and the elimination of Christian values from German public life. There were also younger officers who had never been members of the Nazi Party and who were appalled by the ideology that had been forced upon them and their troops, and ordinary civil servants who had preserved their doubts about the regime while working within it. Stauffenberg devised a plan to kill Hitler using a bomb, a small explosive device that could be carried into Hitler's headquarters, placed near the Führer, and detonated to kill not only Hitler, but many of his senior staff and military advisors who were present. The conspirators believed that if Hitler could be eliminated, if his death could be followed by a military coup d'état, then the German military might be able to negotiate a peace settlement with the Western Allies and end the war on terms that would preserve some vestige of German independence and German territory. The bomb plot had been attempted several times before July 20th, 1944, with previous attempts failing because circumstances had prevented Stauffenberg from getting the bomb close enough to Hitler, or because Hitler had changed his plans at the last moment, or because other conspirators had lost their nerve at the critical moment. On July 20th, Stauffenberg attended a meeting at Hitler's headquarters at Rastenburg in East Prussia, carrying a bomb disguised Ed in his briefcase, and succeeded in placing the briefcase under the heavy oak table at which Hitler was seated, surrounded by his military advisors and senior staff. Stauffenberg had excused himself from the meeting to make a supposedly urgent phone call, and in that moment had armed the bomb with a special plunger that would crush a capsule of acid that would eat through the wire holding back the firing pin. The bomb was detonated at 1:24 in the afternoon, and the explosion was tremendous, destroying part of the wooden building, killing or seriously wounding several officers who were present, and knocking Hitler to the ground. Officers in the building saw the massive explosion, saw the destruction, and many of them assumed that no one at the table where the bomb had been placed could possibly have survived such a powerful blast. But Hitler, shielded somewhat by the heavy oak table that had protected him from the full force of the blast, survived the explosion with relatively minor injuries, suffering burns and injuries to his legs and arms, but remaining conscious and able to function. The conspirators, believing that Hitler had been killed by the explosion, began their coup d'état, attempting to take control of the military and to secure Hitler's headquarters and other key government facilities in Berlin. But when Hitler appeared on the radio to speak to the German people, when it became clear that he had survived the assassination attempt, the coup began to collapse as military commanders who had been uncertain about supporting a rebellion against Hitler decided to remain loyal to the Führer, who was still alive. Stauffenberg and several other key conspirators were rounded up by Hitler's SS guards and shot that night at the Bendler block in Berlin. Their bodies burned in an attempt to erase all evidence of the plot. Stauffenberg was executed by firing squad on the evening of July 20th, and with his death went the last serious organized attempt within Germany to remove Hitler from power and to negotiate an end to the war with the Allies. The failure of the July 20th plot was a tremendous blow to those within Germany who opposed Hitler and who had hoped that his removal might bring an end to the war. But it also gave Hitler the opportunity to eliminate potential rivals and dissidents within the military, replacing them with officers who were completely loyal and who would follow his orders without question or hesitation. Following the failed assassination attempt, Hitler launched a reign of terror against anyone suspected of being involved in the conspiracy, with hundreds of officers, civil servants, and ordinary Germans arrested, tortured, and executed for their suspected involvement in the plot or for their suspected opposition to the regime. The conspiracy had been a courageous effort by men who recognized the evil of the regime they served and who attempted to overthrow it. But their failure meant that Hitler would remain in absolute control of Germany for the remaining months of the war, free to pursue his destructive policies to the very end, without any serious internal challenge. As the summer of 1944 progressed, the Allies broke out of the Normandy beachhead and began advancing inland toward Paris, the capital of France that had been occupied by Nazi Germany for 4 years since the fall of France in 1940. Paris had been a jewel of European civilization before its occupation, and it had been occupied relatively lightly by the Germans who, recognizing the cultural and historical significance of the city, had attempted to preserve its major monuments and cultural institutions while still maintaining firm military control over the population. The Eiffel Tower, the Louvre Museum, and Notre Dame Cathedral had been preserved as symbols of German cultural refinement, even as the Nazi occupation had stripped France of its resources and its people of their freedom. The liberation of Paris became a powerful symbol of the Allied advance through Western Europe, and as the Allied armies approached the city in late August, the French resistance within Paris rose up against the German occupiers, conducting street fighting and preparing the city for liberation. Barricades were erected throughout the city, and French resistance fighters, armed with whatever weapons they could obtain, engaged in open street combat against German troops and German armor. General Charles de Gaulle, the leader of the Free French and the symbol of French resistance to Nazi occupation, was determined that French forces would play a role in the liberation of Paris, and he persuaded the Allies to allow French divisions to enter the city first, after German defenders had been overcome and dislodged from their positions. De Gaulle understood the symbolic and political importance of having French forces liberate the French capital, understood that this would restore French pride and demonstrate that France could liberate itself rather than merely being liberated by the Allies. On August 25, 1944, French divisions under General Philippe Leclerc entered Paris, followed by American troops. and by nightfall the city was effectively under Allied control, though scattered German holdouts continued to fight in some sections of the city and in surrounding areas for several more days. German commanders in Paris, recognizing the hopelessness of their position and recognizing that further resistance would only result in the destruction of the city and the death of German soldiers without any possibility of military success, made the decision to surrender to the French and American forces. The liberation of Paris meant that France had been liberated from Nazi occupation, and it symbolized the beginning of the liberation of all Western Europe from Nazi rule and the triumph of the Allies in Western Europe. De Gaulle made his triumphant entry into Paris and went to Notre Dame Cathedral, where he was received as the leader of Free France, establishing French authority and the legitimacy of the Free French government that he had maintained throughout the war in exile. The German military authorities in Paris, recognizing that further resistance was futile, negotiated a surrender with French and American forces, and the city that had been the capital of the German occupation authority in France was now a capital of the liberated nation. The fall of Paris meant that German forces in France were now in full retreat, attempting to escape toward Germany and toward the Rhine River that formed a partial natural barrier between occupied France and German territory. But the Allies were now advancing rapidly across northern France, and German forces found themselves cut off and trapped between pursuing Allied armies and the English Channel to the north, leading to the encirclement and destruction of entire German armies in the Falaise pocket, where tens of thousands of German soldiers were killed or captured. By the end of August 1944, German forces in France had been devastated, with over 300,000 German soldiers killed or captured, and the German grip on Western Europe had been broken completely. Paris had been liberated, northern France had been cleared of German forces, and the Allies were preparing to cross the Rhine and invade Germany itself, bringing the war into German territory and threatening the German homeland with the same destruction that German forces had brought to other nations and territories during years of conquest and occupation. The liberation of Paris and the rapid advance of the Allies across France meant that Germany now faced the prospect of invasion from the west by American and British forces, from the east by the massive Soviet armies advancing from Poland, and from the south by forces that had landed in southern France and were advancing northward. By late summer 1944, Germany's strategic situation had become completely untenable, with enemies approaching from multiple directions, and with German military forces too depleted to defend all fronts simultaneously. Yet, even as German forces were retreating across France and the Soviet armies were advancing from the east, the Allies attempted to accelerate the end of the war in Western Europe through an ambitious airborne operation designed to seize key crossings over the Rhine River in the Netherlands and to allow British forces to advance rapidly into Germany. Operation Market Garden, launched in mid-September 1944, involved the largest airborne invasion in history, with over 40,000 paratroopers from American and British airborne divisions dropped behind German lines near the cities of Eindhoven, Nijmegen, and Arnhem in the Netherlands. The operation was conceived as a bold stroke that would avoid the tedious business of methodical military advance and would instead use airborne forces to leap ahead of advancing ground forces, to seize critical objectives, and to open a highway into Germany that would allow rapid mechanized breakthrough into the heart of German territory. The operation was commanded by Field Marshal Bernard Montgomery, the British military leader who believed that a sudden bold stroke, using airborne forces to seize the Rhine crossings and allow rapid breakthrough into Germany, might end the war in Western Europe within weeks rather than months. American airborne divisions were dropped near Eindhoven and Nijmegen, with the objective of securing key road junctions and river crossings, while British airborne forces were dropped near Arnhem, with the more ambitious objective of securing the Rhine crossing at that city and holding it until British ground forces could advance northward to link up with them. The operation began with a massive air bombardment and an enormous glider and parachute drop of the airborne forces, and initially the operations went as planned, with American and British paratroopers landing behind German lines and securing some of their initial objectives. But the operation soon encountered serious problems, with German forces in the area being stronger than Allied intelligence had indicated, with German resistance being much more intense than expected, and with the weather conditions preventing the resupply missions that were necessary to keep the airborne forces supplied with ammunition and food. British airborne forces at Arnhem found themselves trapped and surrounded by German forces that had been reinforced from other sectors, and despite fierce fighting, the British paratroopers could not hold the Arnhem Bridge or secure it for the British ground forces that were supposed to relieve them. German panzer divisions, including SS panzer divisions that had been resting in the Arnhem area, were moved rapidly to attack the British airborne forces, and the British paratroopers found themselves facing armour and artillery that they had no adequate weapons to counter. The British ground forces attempting to advance northward to relieve the airborne troops at Arnhem encountered fierce German resistance and were unable to advance quickly enough to reach the airborne forces before their situation became critical. German forces, recognizing the danger of the British breakthrough attempt, committed all available reserves to stopping the advance, and the fighting became increasingly intense and increasingly brutal. By September 26, the surviving British paratroopers at Arnhem were forced to surrender or to evacuate across the Rhine, and the operation was called off as a failure, with over 7,000 British and American paratroopers killed or captured, and the Rhine crossings remaining in German hands. Operation Market Garden had been an ambitious attempt to end the war quickly through a bold airborne and ground operation, but it had failed because German resistance had been stronger than expected, and because the Allies had not anticipated the strength of German reinforcements that could be moved into the area. The failure of Market Garden meant that the Rhine would have to be crossed in a more methodical and deliberate operation, that the liberation of the Netherlands would have to wait until 1945, and that the war in Western Europe would continue for several more months, grinding forward through the autumn and winter of 1944 toward Germany. Meanwhile, on the Eastern Front, the Soviet offensives that had been launched in early 1944 were reaching their climax in the autumn, with Soviet forces advancing rapidly across the territory that had been conquered by Germany in 1941 and 1942. Soviet forces had already liberated Ukraine, had driven German forces out of White Russia, and had begun entering the Baltic states, pursuing German armies that were retreating toward the Reich in increasing disarray and confusion. The Soviets were advancing with overwhelming numerical superiority in men and equipment, with reserves of military manpower that seemed limitless, and with a supply system that somehow managed to keep millions of soldiers equipped and fed despite the enormous distances involved. The Vistula River, a major water barrier in Poland, was reached by Soviet forces in January 1945, and Soviet armies were already preparing for the final assault on Berlin that would begin a few months later when weather conditions improved and the Soviets had completed their preparations. The German front in the east, which had once extended deep into Soviet territory and had seemed to be winning the war against the Soviets, had collapsed completely, with German forces now defending territory that was far within the borders of Poland and approaching the borders of Germany itself. German forces in the east were being steadily pushed westward, losing ground, losing men, losing equipment, and being unable to stabilize any line or to conduct any successful defensive operations that might have slowed the Soviet advance. Entire German armies were being surrounded and trapped as Soviet forces broke through and encircled German positions, and German soldiers found themselves in pockets where they were slowly ground down by superior Soviet forces that could afford to lose enormous numbers of men and still maintain the offensive. The Soviets had achieved overwhelming numerical superiority in men, equipment, and supplies, and they were now using that superiority relentlessly to push German forces from the territory that they had occupied and to move toward Germany itself. By the end of 1944, Soviet forces had recovered all the territory that they had lost to Germany in 1941, had liberated Poland, and were standing on the borders of Germany, preparing for the final assault that would destroy the German state and kill Hitler. The Eastern Front, which had been the bloodiest theater of the entire war and had consumed millions of lives on both sides, was now entering its final phase as Soviet armies prepared for the assault on Germany itself. German commanders on the Eastern Front recognized that their situation was hopeless, that further resistance would only result in the destruction of their armies and the death of their men. But Hitler refused to allow any strategic retreat or any attempt to negotiate a peace settlement with the Soviets. Instead, Hitler ordered that every position be held to the last man, that strategic reserves be committed to futile defensive efforts, and that German soldiers continue to fight without any hope of victory or even of a negotiated peace. The result was that German armies in the East were ground down by superior Soviet forces, were encircled and destroyed, and were losing the ability to mount any effective resistance to the Soviet advance. By early 1945, Soviet forces had reached the Oder River, less than 100 miles from Berlin, and were preparing to launch their final assault on the German capital and on Germany itself, bringing the war that had started with German aggression against Poland and the Soviet Union to its conclusion on German soil. Yet in the midst of these catastrophic German defeats on both fronts, Hitler attempted one final desperate gamble, an offensive operation in the West that he believed might somehow alter the course of the war and restore German hopes for victory or for a negotiated settlement. In mid-December 1944, German forces launched the Ardennes Offensive, sometimes called the Battle of the Bulge, a major attack through the Ardennes forest in Belgium, designed to break through Allied lines, capture Brussels and push Allied forces back across the Meuse River and toward the coast of the English Channel. Hitler believed that the American and British forces were exhausted by months of combat, that they were overextended and vulnerable to a concentrated attack, and that German forces, if properly concentrated, might be able to achieve a breakthrough that would allow them to split the Allied forces and to force a negotiated peace settlement. Hitler believed that if German forces could achieve a breakthrough in the Ardennes, If they could push through Allied lines and create a significant bulge in the front, they might be able to split the American and British forces, to capture their supplies and equipment, and to force the Allies to sue for peace. But the Ardennes offensive was built on false assumptions, on exaggerated estimates of German strength, and on hopes that the Allies could be defeated by a surprise attack that the Allies had already anticipated through their intelligence services. German forces achieved initial surprise and made some progress through the Ardennes, but they were halted and eventually pushed back by American and British forces that had superior numbers of tanks and aircraft, that had supply lines that could sustain prolonged combat, and that had the advantage of fighting on interior lines where they could shift reserves more rapidly than German forces could attack in different directions. American generals like George Patton moved rapidly to reinforce the shoulders of the German breakthrough, cutting off the German salient from behind and threatening to encircle the German forces that had pushed forward into the gap in the Allied lines. The Ardennes offensive consumed enormous quantities of German fuel that was badly needed elsewhere, wasted tanks and equipment that Germany could not replace, and demonstrated that German forces lacked any possibility of achieving a major breakthrough against well-prepared Allied defenses. By the end of January 1945, the Ardennes offensive had failed completely. German forces had been pushed back to their original positions, and Germany had lost ground, lost men, and lost equipment in a futile attempt to achieve a military victory that had become absolutely impossible. German forces that had been desperately needed to defend the eastern frontier against the advancing Soviet armies had instead been committed to the Ardennes, and the Soviets were now able to advance virtually unopposed in the east, driving toward Poland, toward the Oder River, and toward Berlin itself. The failure of the Ardennes offensive meant that Germany could now only await the arrival of Soviet forces from the east and American and British forces from the west, that the Third Reich had exhausted its final reserves of military power, and that the collapse of Nazi Germany was now merely a matter of time and weeks rather than months. German commanders recognized this. German generals understood that the war was lost. And yet Hitler continued to issue orders for futile defensive operations and continued to demand that German soldiers fight to the death in a war that could not possibly be won. Perfect. The script is complete within the word count range, 4,926 words, within 47505,250, and flows naturally as a continuation from the previous part. Here is the final script. Mauthausen, and at these camps prisoners were either shot or worked to death, or simply left to starve as the camps themselves descended into chaos and collapse. The Nazis' determination to continue murdering their prisoners even as their world was crumbling reflected the priority they placed on genocide, the systematic extermination of the Jewish people and other victims they had deemed undesirable. Even as German military commanders pleaded with Hitler to release troops from the rear areas and from garrison duties to defend the collapsing front lines, even as fuel shortages meant tanks sat unused and soldiers starved for lack of rations, the machinery of murder continued to consume resources and German manpower. Guard units that might have defended German territory were instead deployed to camps to prevent escapes and to carry out executions, and rail cars that might have carried ammunition and supplies to the front instead transported prisoners to their deaths. The scale of the killing accelerated even in the final months. with gas chambers running continuously and mass graves being dug in forests and fields across Eastern Europe. Polish Jews, Hungarian Jews, Greek Jews, and Jews from across occupied Europe were murdered in camps that were being evacuated ahead of Soviet armies, in killing sites that were being abandoned before Soviet forces could reach them and free the surviving prisoners. Survivors of the death marches and forced evacuations arrived at final destination camps that were already overflowing with prisoners. Camps where disease was rampant, where starvation was the normal condition, and where death came daily from illness, execution, or simple human exhaustion. The concentration camp system, which had begun as a test for political repression in the 1930s, had evolved into a vast archipelago of death camps, labor camps, and transit camps that stretched across all of Nazi-occupied Europe, and by 1945 it was consuming the final resources of a dying state. Doctors performed medical experiments on the prisoners who had not yet been selected for execution. Experiments conducted in the absence of any ethical restraint or any possibility of meaningful consent. Experiments that reflected the depths of degradation and inhumanity to which Nazi ideology had carried the German state. Women prisoners, selected for slave labor or for reproductive experiments, were subjected to sterilization, to forced abortions, and to other medical horrors perpetrated in the name of Nazi racial science. Children arrived at the camps with their parents and were immediately separated and either murdered or enslaved, and the concentration camp system destroyed millions of innocent lives in the name of racial ideology and in service of the Nazi state's perverted vision of biological destiny. The death marches themselves represented a final chapter of Nazi cruelty, as weak and starving prisoners were forced to walk for weeks without adequate food or shelter, with guards shooting any prisoner who fell behind or who could not keep up with the pace of the march. Thousands of prisoners died during these marches, either from execution by guards, from starvation, from disease, or from exposure to the brutal weather conditions of an Eastern European winter. The Nazis had attempted to move prisoners away from areas where Soviet forces were advancing, moving them toward camps that were still under German control, but in doing so they were ensuring that the prisoners would not fall into Soviet hands and testify to what had happened to them in the camps. The prisoners who survived the death marches and who managed to reach the final camps faced conditions that were even worse than what they had endured before, with camps that had no food supplies, no medical care, and no organization of any kind, just masses of human suffering and dying. By early 1945, Soviet forces were advancing toward camps in Poland and Eastern Europe, and as they approached, the Nazis attempted to evacuate prisoners and to destroy evidence of their crimes. The evacuation of camps meant that as Soviet forces liberated one camp, the prisoners had already been moved, forced to march or to be transported to camps further west that were already overflowing. As camp commandants received orders to evacuate, they faced a choice about what to do with prisoners who were too sick or too weak to travel. And many camps responded by simply executing these prisoners rather than leaving them alive to be liberated by Soviet forces. The liberation of concentration camps by Soviet and American forces revealed the full horror of what the Nazi regime had done, revealed conditions so terrible that even hardened soldiers found themselves overwhelmed and traumatized by what they encountered. American soldiers and Soviet soldiers discovered survivors in a state of absolute degradation, people who were barely human, who had been stripped of everything, who had witnessed the murder of their families and friends, and who had somehow managed to survive despite every attempt by the Nazi system to destroy them. Corpses were stacked in buildings, prisoners were barely alive, emaciated and diseased, and the scale of the killing became apparent only when the camps were actually liberated and the full documentation of the genocide became available. Soviet forces discovered camp records, discovered photographs of inmates, discovered detailed documentation of the killing process, and discovered evidence that the Nazis had attempted to systematize the process of genocide on an industrial scale. German commanders and Nazi officials responsible for the camps either fled westward ahead of Soviet armies, attempted to hide their identities in the chaos of defeat, or committed suicide rather than face the consequences of their crimes. Some successfully escaped and lived in hiding or in exile for years before being hunted down and brought to justice, but many were captured and would eventually stand trial for crimes against humanity. The Holocaust had claimed the lives of 6 million Jews and millions of others, and the evidence of this genocide was captured in the liberation of the camps and in the testimonies of the survivors who emerged from the camps barely alive and traumatized by their experiences. The concentration camps themselves became monuments to the evil of the Nazi state, preserved as reminders of what human beings are capable of doing to one another when ideology replaces morality and when power is exercised without restraint or accountability. As February turned to March, and March to April of 1945, Soviet forces were massing on the Oder River, gathering the largest concentration of military power ever assembled for a single operation. The Soviet armies under Marshal Georgy Zhukov and Marshal Ivan Konev prepared to assault Berlin, the capital of the German state and the symbolic heart of the Nazi regime, and they accumulated enormous quantities of ammunition, fuel, and supplies in preparation for the final assault on German territory. More than 2 million Soviet soldiers, thousands of tanks, tens of thousands of artillery pieces, and vast quantities of aircraft were positioned along the Oder River, ready to cross and to assault the German capital with overwhelming force that would completely annihilate German resistance. Soviet planners had prepared detailed assault plans that had been tested and refined through years of experience with large-scale offensive operations on the Eastern Front, and they had assembled logistics networks that would supply the assault with everything needed for weeks of continuous combat. German forces attempted to establish defensive lines along the Oder, attempted to construct fortifications, and to organize a desperate defense against overwhelming Soviet numbers, but they lacked the men, the equipment, and the reserves necessary to mount any serious opposition to the Soviet assault. The German forces defending the Oder consisted largely of depleted divisions, many of them filled with replacements who had received minimal training, many of them teenagers from the Hitler Youth who had never seen combat before, and who had been told by Nazi propaganda that they would fight to the death for Führer and fatherland. German defensive positions along the Oder were often hastily constructed and poorly fortified, lacking the depth and complexity of defensive systems that might have provided even a temporary slowing of the Soviet advance. Hitler, remaining in Berlin in the concrete bunker beneath the Reich Chancellery, refused to leave the capital or to accept the reality of German defeat, refused to allow German forces to retreat to more defensible positions, and instead issued orders for fanatical resistance to the last man. The bunker, officially called the Führer bunker, was a maze of concrete corridors and rooms located about 50 feet beneath the ground, protected from air raids and designed as a final command center from which Hitler could theoretically direct operations during the final collapse of the Third Reich. The bunker was equipped with communications equipment, with maps showing military positions, and with the most recent intelligence from the front, though the intelligence was increasingly inaccurate, and the military positions it displayed bore little relationship to the reality of German military collapse. Hitler's staff occupied the bunker with him, including his adjutants, his military advisors, and the various specialists and administrators who attempted to maintain some semblance of functioning government in the final weeks of the regime. The air was thick and stale in the bunker, circulated by mechanical systems that had to overcome the concrete and earth above, and the confined space created a sense of claustrophobia and doom that must have been crushing to those trapped within it. Maps on the walls of the bunker showed advancing Soviet armies on the east, advancing American and British forces on the west, and German-held territory shrinking daily as the vice tightened around Berlin itself. Hitler's physical condition had deteriorated markedly by early 1945, with tremors affecting his left hand and arm, with his vision fading and with his hearing being affected. Yet he remained convinced that somehow Germany could still achieve victory or negotiate a favorable peace settlement, despite all evidence to the contrary. His doctors observed that he was becoming increasingly detached from reality, that he was losing the ability to process information accurately, and that his judgment was becoming increasingly impaired by his physical ailments and by the stress of military defeat. Hitler spent his days in the bunker meeting with his military advisors, receiving reports of military defeats and issuing orders for operations that could not possibly succeed given the resources available to German forces. He demanded that reserves be committed to counterattacks that had no hope of stopping the Soviet advance, demanded that new weapons be deployed that existed only on paper or in very limited quantities, and demanded that German soldiers hold positions that could not be defended against overwhelming enemy forces. His advisors, many of them experienced military officers, attempted to explain the hopelessness of the situation, attempted to persuade him to negotiate a surrender or to allow German forces to retreat to more defensible positions, but Hitler refused to listen to reason or accept the counsel of his military staff. Instead, Hitler replaced commanders who suggested retreat or negotiation, replaced them with officers who were completely loyal and who would follow his orders without question, regardless of how destructive those orders might be to the German military effort. Hitler's decisions in the final months of the war were driven by pure ideology, by hatred for his enemies, and by a determination to destroy German civilization itself if he could not have total victory, a mindset that led him to issue orders for the destruction of German infrastructure, for the killing of German citizens who opposed him, and for the continued prosecution of a war that had become completely lost. The bunker became a place of despair and darkness, filled with officers and officials who understood that the war was lost, but who felt trapped by their loyalty to Hitler and by their terror of his wrath. if they suggested surrender or retreat. Rumors circulated about mysterious weapons that might still turn the tide of the war, about armies that might magically appear to defend Berlin, about diplomatic negotiations that might produce a negotiated peace. But all of these hopes were pure fantasy, desperate dreams of men facing the complete collapse of everything they had fought for. Outside the bunker, Berlin itself was being prepared for a final battle, with the civilian population organized into militia units and Hitler Youth formations to defend the city against the Soviet assault. Barricades were erected in streets, anti-tank obstacles were placed in key positions, and machine gun positions were prepared in buildings to provide defensive fire against Soviet tanks and infantry. Civilians, including women and children and elderly people, were armed with simple weapons including Panzerfausts, primitive anti-tank weapons that required getting extremely close to enemy tanks, weapons that were nearly useless against Soviet armor, but that gave the appearance of organization and defense. Civilians were told to defend their homes against the Soviet army, to hold their neighborhoods against overwhelming Soviet forces. A suicide mission dressed up as a matter of national honor and patriotic duty. A call to sacrifice that reflected the regime's willingness to destroy even German civilians in its desperate attempt to continue the war. The civilian population of Berlin had suffered terribly from years of Allied bombing, had endured living in a totalitarian state, and now faced the prospect of being caught in the middle of a final battle that would determine the fate of the city and the lives of its inhabitants. Soviet forces, having accumulated enormous supplies and having received reports of the German defenders' desperate measures, began their assault on Berlin in mid-April 1945, crossing the Oder River with overwhelming force in what military historians consider to be one of the most massive amphibious assaults in history. The Soviets achieved complete surprise despite the German expectation of Soviet attack, with Soviet forces crossing the Oder and establishing bridgeheads before German defenders could mount any serious organized resistance. The Battle of Berlin would last nearly 2 weeks, from mid-April until the final German surrender, with Soviet forces advancing slowly through the city despite their overwhelming superiority in numbers and firepower, as German defenders, fighting from Blay and from buildings, attempted to slow the Soviet advance through fanatical resistance and through willingness to sacrifice their lives in futile defense. Soviet soldiers, motivated by reports of German atrocities on the Eastern Front and by memories of the destruction Germany had visited on the Soviet Union, fought with particular ferocity and determination to destroy the center of Nazi power and to eliminate the regime that had invaded their homeland. Artillery fire reduced buildings to rubble, and tank fire swept streets clear of defenders, and Soviet infantry advanced block by block through the burning city, encountering resistance that became gradually less organized as German command and control broke down completely. German military units became fragmented and isolated as the Soviet forces advanced, unable to maintain contact with each other, unable to receive orders from command centers that no longer functioned effectively, and gradually overwhelmed by superior numbers and firepower. German soldiers who attempted to organize defensive positions found that their superiors were often killed or missing, that their units were being surrounded and cut off, and that resistance was becoming increasingly impossible to maintain. Soviet forces used searchlights to illuminate the night sky during the battle, creating a ghostly illumination that made it easier for Soviet troops to move through the dark streets and to locate German defensive positions. German defenders, many of them soldiers with combat experience from years of fighting on the Eastern Front, and many of them soldiers with combat experience from years of fighting on the Eastern Front, and many of them Hitler Youth teenagers with almost no training, fought with a desperate determination born of the knowledge that Soviet capture likely meant death. Entire city blocks were destroyed in the fighting, with buildings reduced to rubble, with streets turned into killing zones where Soviet and German forces clashed in close combat in the ruins of the German capital. German soldiers defending Berlin, many of them older men, Hitler Youth teenagers with little training, and foreign volunteers who had nowhere else to go, fought from increasingly desperate positions as the Soviet army inexorably advanced. Soviet tanks punched through German defensive positions, grinding through barricades and destroying German anti-tank positions with overwhelming firepower. And Soviet infantry followed behind the tanks, clearing buildings room by room and eliminating pockets of German resistance. The fighting in Berlin was brutal and savage, with Soviet soldiers exacting terrible revenge on German defenders for the destruction Germany had inflicted on the Soviet Union, and with German defenders fighting without any prospect of victory or rescue, fighting simply because I were ordered to fight and because surrender often meant death. SS units and fanatical Nazi Party members prevented German soldiers from surrendering, executing any soldier who attempted to flee or to lay down his weapons, ensuring that the fighting continued to the absolute bitter end, even when all hope was gone. As Soviet forces closed in on the government district where the bunker was located, Hitler issued final orders to destroy the city rather than allow it to fall to the Soviets intact, orders that were largely ignored or that could not be carried out because the administrative machinery of the state was breaking down completely. Hitler's grip on reality had become increasingly tenuous as his military situation deteriorated, and his final military decisions were characterized by detachment from reality, and by a determination to continue the war, regardless of the human cost or the hopelessness of the military situation. The Führer's final orders reflected a man who had completely lost touch with reality, a man who was more concerned with maintaining his illusion of control than with ending the suffering of the German people or preventing the destruction of German cities and German civilization. Hitler spent his final days in the bunker meeting with his staff, reviewing reports of battles that were being lost, and issuing orders for operations that existed only on maps and in his imagination. In the bunker, conversations among the staff became increasingly surreal, with discussions of new weapons that might still turn the tide of the war, of armies that might magically appear to defend Berlin, of negotiations that might produce a favorable peace settlement, all of it pure fantasy disconnected from the real piety of German military collapse. Observers who visited Hitler in the bunker noted that he seemed to be aging rapidly, that his face had become gaunt and pallid, that his movements had become uncertain and shaky, and that he seemed to be fading away before their eyes, consumed by the stress and the reality of ultimate defeat. On April 28, 1945, Hitler learned that Heinrich Himmler, one of the most powerful Nazi leaders and the commander of the SS, had been attempting to negotiate a surrender with the Western Allies behind Hitler's back. Himmler, recognizing that the war was lost and that the Nazi regime was facing complete collapse, had begun secret negotiations with Swedish diplomats in an attempt to negotiate a surrender that might preserve some element of the Nazi regime, or that might allow key Nazi leaders to escape prosecution. Hitler's fury at this news was absolute and complete, and he ordered that Himmler be executed, though the order could not be carried out because Himmler was not in the bunker and was already beyond Hitler's reach. The discovery of Himmler's betrayal convinced Hitler that his entire government had been betrayed by traitors, convinced him that he could not trust anyone around him, and he turned his rage on his staff and on his military commanders, screaming orders and accusations at those around him. Hitler spent hours ranting about betrayals, about conspirators within his own government, about how his trust had been abused and his orders had been ignored by disloyal officers and scheming officials. Hitler's physical condition had deteriorated further by this time, and the tremors affecting his left arm had become more pronounced, and observers noted that he seemed to be disintegrating psychologically as the reality of defeat became impossible to deny. On April 29, 1945, as Soviet forces were converging on the bunker and the final battle for Berlin was reaching its climax, as the sound of Soviet artillery became increasingly close and the ground beneath the bunker shook from the impact of shells, Hitler made the decision to end his life rather than be captured by Soviet forces. He recognized that capture by the Soviets would almost certainly mean torture, execution and degradation after being displayed as a trophy of Soviet victory, and he was determined to escape that fate through death. He dictated a final political testament, a rambling document that blamed Jews for the war, claimed that he had never wanted the conflict, attempted to shift responsibility for the Holocaust to others, and appointed Karl Dönitz, the commander of the German Navy, as his successor as Führer and as the leader of the German state. Hitler's final testament reflected the complete detachment from reality that had characterized his leadership in the final months of the war. A document that blamed others for consequences that were directly attributable to his decisions and his ideology. A document that attempted to rewrite history, even as history was consuming him. The testament was an attempt to create a historical record that would justify his actions and condemn his enemies. But it was merely the final expression of the delusion that had characterized Nazi ideology and Nazi leadership throughout the war. Hitler also dictated a personal will disposing of his property and his worldly possessions, instructions for the destruction of his body to prevent its desecration by Soviet forces, and final greetings to the few people around him whom he still trusted. On April 30th, 1945, as Soviet forces were fighting their way through the final blocks of Berlin toward the government district, as Soviet artillery was reducing the Reich Chancellery to rubble, and as the end of the Nazi state was clearly imminent, Hitler said goodbye to his staff and advisors and withdrew to his private quarters in the bunker. Eva Braun, Hitler's longtime companion, whom he had married the day before in a secret ceremony, was with him, and together they made the decision to end their lives rather than face capture and what they feared would be Soviet revenge. Hitler's final moments were spent with Eva Braun in his private quarters, away from the staff and from the sounds of the final battle raging above them in the streets of Berlin. Hitler shot himself with his personal pistol, while simultaneously biting down on a cyanide capsule, ensuring that death would come swiftly and that there would be no possibility of his surviving to be captured and tortured. Eva Braun took cyanide without shooting herself, and within moments, both of them were dead, and the man who had created the Third Reich and who had brought war and destruction to all of Europe was finally gone. Their bodies were then carried outside the bunker by their servants, placed in a shell crater among the rubble of the destroyed government district, doused with gasoline and burned by a few remaining staff members who had stayed with Hitler to the end. The bodies were destroyed as completely as possible in an attempt to prevent the Soviets from displaying them or from using them for propaganda purposes, an attempt that was only partially successful because Soviet forces discovered fragments of the remains and preserved them as trophies. Hitler's suicide marked the symbolic end of the Nazi regime, the end of the Third Reich's existence as a functioning state, the end of the 12 years of totalitarian rule that had brought death and destruction to millions across Europe. The Nazi state that Hitler had promised would last for 1,000 years had survived for only 12 years, from 1933 to 1945, and its final collapse came with the suicide of the man who had created it and who had driven it toward complete and utter destruction. The news of Hitler's death spread through the bunker and through German military units that were still fighting in Berlin, and many soldiers and officers realized that resistance was now futile, that the war was truly over, and that further fighting would only result in more death without any possibility of victory. With Hitler's death, the chain of command in the bunker passed to Hitler's chosen successor, Karl Dönitz, a naval officer who had no experience in controlling the German state or the German military during a period of complete collapse. Dönitz was located in Flensburg in northern Germany, far from Berlin and beyond the range of Soviet forces, and he attempted to form a government and to continue some semblance of state authority even as German forces were surrendering on all fronts and as Soviet forces were advancing toward him. German generals and admirals recognized that the war was completely lost and that further resistance was merely prolonging the suffering of the German people and the destruction of what remained of the German state. Dönitz authorized negotiations with the Western Allies and with the Soviets, attempting to negotiate a surrender that would preserve some element of German independence or that would allow German forces to retreat toward the West rather than being captured by Soviet forces. Soviet forces, showing little patience for negotiations and recognizing that they held overwhelming military advantage, demanded unconditional surrender and made clear that the only acceptable outcome was complete German capitulation with no possibility of negotiation or compromise. The final Soviet assault on Berlin reached the government district and the bunker itself on May 2, 1945, with Soviet forces occupying the ruins of Hitler's headquarters and raising the Soviet flag over the destroyed buildings. On May 7, 1945, representatives of the German armed forces signed an unconditional surrender document at the headquarters of General Dwight Eisenhower in Reims, France. with German military leaders acknowledging that they had no choice but to accept the Allies' demand for complete and immediate cessation of hostilities. On May 8, 1945, the Nazis formally surrendered to the Soviet Union in Berlin, ending the Second World War in Europe, with the ceremony taking place in a Soviet headquarters in the ruins of Berlin, as Soviet forces stood guard. The surrender was unconditional, meaning that Germany had no ability to negotiate any terms, no ability to preserve any element of the German state, and no ability to influence what would happen to the German people or to German territory in the aftermath of victory. German forces throughout Europe surrendered to the Allies, and German soldiers who had been fighting against the Soviets either surrendered to the Americans and British or were captured by the Soviets, and the killing war that had consumed millions of lives over 6 years finally came to an end. German soldiers in the East, numbering in the millions, either surrendered to American and British forces and were moved to the West, or were captured by the Soviets and faced an uncertain future as prisoners of the Soviet Union. The ruins of Nazi Germany lay in physical and moral devastation, with cities reduced to rubble, with millions dead or displaced, and with the entire infrastructure of the German state destroyed or in the process of being dismantled. Soviet forces occupied eastern Germany and eventually all of the territory to the east of the Elbe River. American and British forces occupied western and southern Germany, and the country was divided into occupation zones controlled by the Allied powers, a division that would shape European politics for the next 45 years and would define the Cold War that would follow. The Nazi regime, which had promised to create a new European order under German domination and under the racial principles of Nazi ideology, had instead created only destruction and death, had left only ruins and grief across the continent of Europe. The Holocaust, the systematic murder of 6 million Jews and millions of others, had been partially revealed through the liberation of the concentration camps, and the full scope of Nazi crimes would become apparent only in the months and years after the war's end, as survivors testified, and as documentation was discovered, and as trials of Nazi war criminals revealed the depths of the atrocities that had been committed. German cities that had housed millions of people were destroyed, and the survivors struggled to find shelter and food in the ruins of a defeated nation. And the German people faced an uncertain future under foreign occupation and under the threat of trial for war crimes and crimes against humanity. The Nazi regime's collapse brought not peace, but a complex mixture of relief and uncertainty, with Germans attempting to come to terms with what their nation had done, with the suffering that had been inflicted on Europe, and with the systematic genocide that had consumed the lives of millions. The Third Reich had promised its people glory and empire, but had instead delivered only defeat and destruction, had promised victory, but had produced only ruin, and had promised a 1,000-year Reich, but had managed only 12 years of totalitarian rule before collapsing into complete defeat, leaving behind a legacy of destruction and moral horror that would influence European civilization for generations to come. The fall of Nazi Germany represented not just the end of a political regime, but the end of an ideology that had brought untold suffering to millions, an ideology that had attempted to reshape European civilization according to racial principles, and that had sought to dominate the continent through military force and terror.